All right, everybody, we are just about ready to get going here. We've got Siberianbull9, who's going to be playing Mega Man 6 POW%. We're going to come on over. We've got things pretty much all ready to go. We're going to see if we got audio stuff going. And Bull will be providing his own commentary, so enjoy. This is the master of this. So, here we go. Bear with us where we sort the audio issue here.
There we go. Thanks once again, Comedy, for bringing me in. Hey everyone, I'm Siberianbull9. This is Mega Man 6 Power Suit, and as he said, I am the unquestioned master of this category. But yeah, so we are going to get things started here in 3, 2, 1. Go. Alright, so we're going to pick Flame Man first because we got to get our POW suit first. So this is our only stage where we really do not have the POW suit. So this is going to be slightly buster only. But I believe I've done an event for Kami in this before. I think I did it as a 3-way race or relay for Mega Man 5. I could be mistaken. But anyway, it's glad to be back. So yeah, POW. I am the unquestioned master of this because no one wants to play this category. But we'll get to there when we can. So yeah, we're going to go through Flame Man stage using our Buster first because we got to get that POW suit to do the rest of it. Because pretty much we can beat this entire game with just the POW suit, with exceptions to where we may need to use Jet to fly or use the normal suit to slide. But you know, pretty much all the bosses, Robot Masters, can be defeated with just the POW suit. So we're making our way through the Flame Man stage. We're going to pick up the E-Tank here, hopefully, if these torch enemies will be cooperative enough. And we'll take on Flame Man in just a moment. Well, at least I didn't get knocked into the oil pits, because those flames down there are pretty much instant death when they get ignited. So fortunately, yeah, had to take our times a little bit there just for, you know, safe purpose. But here we are with Flame Man, and what we're going to try and do, for the most part, is when we fire our Buster at full charge here, we're going to try and aim for Flame Man's head, because he's got these pillars with his flame pillars that tend to come up and block it. So we're going to try and shoot him in his head, more or less. And there we go. One Flame Man cooked. Alright, so with Flame Man down, we're going to go on... So pretty much we can go wherever we feel like because of the POW suit. So I tend to go through an order of most annoying or most resets that I need to do. So we're going to go to Nightman next. And the main reason is really the very first section with the chandelier room. I'm going to try the fancy way that I like to do it. And if it doesn't work, we'll do it the old way that I used to do it. So what we're going to try and do is So give me just a moment so I can focus and hopefully get it, and then I'll explain it afterwards. There we go. Got it. Okay. So pretty much what happens there is I'm looking to get underneath the chandelier so then I can avoid an entire cycle with the chandelier. And with that, it looks cool, and I like doing it. So with that annoying part, we're gonna do the rest of the stage. So yeah, the POW suit. What's special about the POW suit? Well, we punch things. I enjoy punching things. Who does not enjoy being Mega Man and punching things? Because that's what you do with the POW suit. You punch things. You know how the blue suit has lemons? Well, I like to think of the POW suit as having melons. So pretty much, oh, there's the E-Tank. Don't need that, really. So we're going to pick up at least one more E-Tank later on in this run, and we're going to jump over these nerds next, because the nerds, and we'll talk about it again later, probably, is they take 2 shots, and POW is not exactly a quick-fire type of suit, so we just jump over them and avoid them. So we're going to come up to the Nightman fight here shortly. And we are going to pretty much ignore the fact that he has a shield because the POW suit will allow this. And here comes Nightman himself. So yeah, you know that shield that tends to reflect just about everything? Yeah, POW doesn't care. Hopefully Nightman will cooperate with us and let us do what I like to call the jump rope strategy, where pretty much he does nothing but fire his mace, but it looks like he wants to be a jumpy boy today. And boom, down goes Nightman. Alright, so we're off to a good start as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, that's Nightman. Gonna move on to our next robot master in Centaur. So Centaur Man, we won't be doing the Miracle Jump because the POW suit actually walks slower than when Mega Man in this game is in regular normal suit. In fact, POW suit walks at the speed Mega does in 1 through 5. The normal suit in this game, Mega Man actually walks faster comparatively. So we're gonna use this POW suit. We're going to navigate the underwater section here very cautiously as we take out some of these fish, jump over the turrets, maybe deboost here and there. There we go. Very cautiously. So we're going to come up to the infamous ceiling water section, and we're going to make this in one cycle. We're not going to stop whatsoever. So we're going to use the section, get deboost there, and bam! No stopping. We gotta go. We ain't got time to stop. Alright, so we're gonna come up to, we're gonna see Itty walk by us one more time. And we're coming up to the submarine section, and pretty much we can't really destroy these enemies with the suit, so we kind of just avoid them and go around them. Because, you know, the best we can do is knock that one into the water to get out of our way. And we're going to come up to the squid enemy in the next screen and deboost off of that. Alright, so we can't make that gap as POW, so we gotta use the lower gate, of course, to take on Centaur Man. Alright, so Centaur Man, anyone who's faced Centaur Man, whether it be Buster only or any percent, pretty much we want to make sure he doesn't flash us. But we really want to see Centaur Man walk here. Let's see if he gives us the goods. Oh, he did! But he flashed afterwards. So pretty much what I'm doing is I'm kind of buffering when I'm firing my half-charge shots, because the half-charge shots do 3 dots of damage compared to doing a regular shot and doing a full charge shot. The regular shot just does 2. The full charge shot also does 2, but the one thing the full charge shot does, it will reset what the Robot Master is doing, because the interesting thing about this game, and we'll talk about it more, and you'll see more of it as we go to Windman next, is the Robot Masters in this game tend to have a what I like to call a 1-2 type of cycle. Essentially, if they're doing an attack and they do it a second time, they have to do a completely different attack. So, for instance, so when I say it like that, with the POW suit, if you use a full charge shot on one of them, it pretty much resets what they're doing. That's on me. All right, so we're gonna use these air currents. Get up there, jeez. I guess we'll take the big energy down here. All right, and we got it. And of course, as the POW runner, I gotta punch the screen to make it move. Otherwise, how do we know if it's gonna move? Also, this is the only stage where we punch the screen to make it move. All right. So we're coming up to the panda section here. We're going to destroy all these. We also got to control how the pandas fire. We pretty much want them to fire their black shot, which fires at an angle. And we take D-boost off the last panda because we got to go through that and get going. Gonna take on the cars, destroy them in one shot. And one more section of pandas. And woo, that was close. Skinning the cat with that panda. Alright, so we're about to take on Windman next. And we're going to see me actually do a whole bunch of full POW charge shots. Because we want Windman to constantly reset himself from square one. We don't want him really flying around too much. Because if he starts flying around, it kind of gets out of hand. And we can swat him down like a cat when he's flying around. Oh well, looks like Windman wanted to cooperate anyway, because he definitely didn't want to fly around too much. But that's okay. Windman's done. Alright, so that is halfway through. So we're going to move on to Tomahawk Man next. One of my personal favorite stages next. And on this stage, we're actually going to get our second E-Tank for this run. And we're going to need those E-Tanks for later. And we actually get it very early in the stage here, as what you'll see is, and what's unique, also a unique feature in this game, is the POW suit can destroy some of these blocks. So these barrels at the beginning of the stage can actually be destroyed, and there's our E-Tank. And you find extra goodies like E-Tank, extra large energy, small energy, extra lives. So we're coming up to the med tank. The med tank takes 4 full charge shots, and it's gone. And you can time it up real nice, where if you do it just right, you can avoid the met. But I like taking out the met just to avoid the nuisance. So we're going to come up to see Eddie once again. Eddie is actually trying to give me some good stuff. I guarantee if I actually need something from Eddie, he's going to give me nothing. Alright, nice sunset in the background. Alright, we're going to come up to the first instance, I believe, of the Stomper enemies, and we're going to deboost off him. Because that's what we need to do here. Because we ain't got time to destroy him. One more med tank, 4 full charge POW shots. But yeah, so you can just avoid the met and sink the POW charge shots into him. And we gotta take the upper path because the lower path requires jet, and we don't have jet, so sorry, folks. No beat for us today. Alright, so we're coming up to Tomahawk Man, and Tomahawk Man is a pretty annoying fight, but what we want to see Tomahawk Man primarily do is just stay on the ground and fire his feather headdress or his tomahawk, and we're going to play jump rope with him. We really don't want to see him jump around too much. We'd rather just see him stand still and take these like a champ. And down goes Tomahawk Man. Because if he starts jumping around way too much, it just gets out of hand, and we don't want to see that. Alright. And that is a number 5 on the list as we move it along here. And we're going to move on to Blizzard Man's stage, which at some point I need to get back in the lab with Blizzard Man's stage for POW because the other day I saw an instance, and I think I did it accidentally, where I actually did bomb skip with the POW suit. And I did not save the stream whatsoever, so I don't know if it was real or not. So I feel like I need to take Blizzard Man back into the lab, because if bomb skip's a thing, we might have to add it to the might have to do it second going forward. I don't know if don't know if it was real or it was a dream, but it felt like it did happen. Of course, I might be a little crazy about that, but anyway, we're not doing bomb skipping this one because that's too dangerous. That's way too dangerous, and I didn't set up the time for that. But we're making our way through Blizzard Man stage here, and shoutouts to all the Canadians, because we know this is Canada, because there's curling pucks all over the place, because the story of Mega Man 6 is the fact that this mysterious Mr. X has appeared, and he is quote-unquote Dr. Wily's master, and he's seeking to hold a tournament for the world's strongest robots, and the various robot masters take shapes and forms of various countries throughout the world, and Blizzard Man is supposed to be Canada Man. So we're coming up to the last squid in this stage. We're going to deboost off the ice, and we're going to jump around him, avoiding him entirely, but not like that, so we failed to do it. Alright, so we're coming up to the Blizzard Man fight. And he's actually a very easy fight, much like the 90% fight, but, you know, with POW suit. No, I don't want to hug you. Man, Blizzard Man's being weird. I didn't really get to talk about that fight because it's actually being very weird Blizzard Man fight. But what we wanted to see from Blizzard Man, because he tends to roll and bounce off the wall, is anytime he does that, we can actually time up the half-charge shot to where he comes out of the wall, the roll, and you can hit him with it. You can also control how the Blizzard attack angles itself in that fight, so if you jump up at the right moment, you can have the snowflakes fly off in the direction, and you can get your shots in that way. So we're going to go to Yamato Man next as our 7th Robot Master, and so if you guys are top or bottom, you got to figure it out now, because the truth of the matter is, we're going to go bottom route. You don't see that in any percent whatsoever. And so, you know, this could be considered DLC in a sense, because we're going to take on a little mini boss at this stage as a giant ninja frog, because that's always a thing. We're hoping to see him throw bombs here, so let's see. Yep. I missed it. So I messed that up. You can actually, with the POW suit, reflect those bombs back into the frog's eye, and then do 2 more full charge POW shots into it to get a quick kill of sorts with that frog, with that boss. But I messed it up. I messed up the timing, but that's okay. It goes down with 4 full charge shots, but it looks cooler if I reflect it into the frog. As we destroy a few more Tanukis, and once again, we go bottom route. Because, you know, POW suit can't fly. Also, we did have our one instance of requiring a slide. You'll see at least one more slide in this run, but that's much, much later. As we quickly approach the end of Yamato Man's stage here. Alright, so with the Yamato Man fight coming up, one of the things we want to see Yamato Man do is we want to see him fire his spearhead. By firing his spearhead, Yamato Man actually has to go run and pick that up. But with the full charge POW, we can actually stop his momentum for a moment and hit him at least 2 or 3 more times before he picks up that spearhead. Wow, if I can do it right, that'd be great. But yeah, pretty much you can use a full charge shot and stop him dead in his motions from picking up his spearhead. It just looks funny. He's like, wait a minute, I want to pick. Wait, what? I want to pick it up. No. Alright, so we're going to go to Plant Man last. There's no particular reason for going to Plant Man last, outside of that's where Jet is. The other reason, and this is a small reason, is because if you never noticed in the menu, and Kami's never noticed because he's a Buster runner, POW's actually the 3rd slot in the menu, and there's this annoying suit called Jet in the way to get that. And I'm a Philistine, and I like hitting right on my D-pad to get to POW instead of just hitting left, because that also works. So we just go to Plant and get the Jet suit last to avoid that. So yeah, this is Plant Man stage. This is also a very scary stage no matter what category you're doing. So imagine doing this as the POW suit at the end, where, you know, you don't have any safety nets. Alright, so we're gonna take out the Gorilla Tank. Gorilla Tank takes 6 full charge shots, much like how the Flame Man's weapon uses 6 on the Gorilla Tank. So we're going to take out these grasshoppers along the way to reduce lag, which is another thing we got to do in this game, is sometimes kill an enemy to reduce the lag in the game. One more Gorilla Tank. There we go. And the final screen of death. And everyone agrees, this is the final screen of death. Ooh. Come on, hit the thing. There we go. Alright, I can breathe again. So yeah, I needed that moment just to breathe. so I can get through there. And I don't think anyone can blame me who's played this game. Alright, so Plant Man. What we want to see him do is after he fires his plant shot, is we want to see him walk a little bit so we can get 2 full charge shots. But we can also do it this way, where we can land a full charge shot in him, make him jump and walk, and then just repeat that over and over. Because he only does 2 things. He puts up his shield and he runs. That's all he does. Down goes Plant Man. That's 8 robos. Alright, so we are moving on to castle stages. So here we go with X1. We're also going to see our first instance of using Jet. The other reason I do plant lances because you don't need Jet for anything in the 8 robos. You only need Jet when you get to castle stages. I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, so here comes a fun little section right here where we see our first instance of Jet. We're going to switch to Jet here. We're going to fly up here. Switch back to POW because we can actually hit the enemy over there with the POW suit. And switch back to Jet. Alright, so we're going to run up to our POW window here and bust through it like Batman. Because this is Mega Batman 6. Once again, we're going to destroy some of these grasshoppers to reduce the lag in this section. And we're coming up to an enemy called the Rounder. Interestingly enough, in Mega Man 5, there is also a boss in Wily 2 where that boss is named Rounder. But this is, as far as I'm concerned, this is real Rounder. Or as I like to call it, the Batman enemy, because it's very similar to that enemy. But we're going to use the POW shoot, and guess what? We treat the Rounder like a seesaw. Knock it back and forth, and down it goes. Did you blink? I'm sorry, but you missed the fight. Alright, so here we are, X2, or as I like to call it, the main event. And I like to call it the main event because the boss here, the Power Piston, is a jerk. But we gotta get there first, because the Power Piston will do whatever he feels like. And pretty much this is where power runs go to die. You may think you're on a run, but then Power Piston says no. And I had that last night, where I came into the stage. I was pretty much a second behind my PB, and then boom, 40 seconds gone. I ended up 10 seconds behind my PB at the end of that run. So the Power Piston will decide whether or not you get the PB. As we're going to miss time that action there. I mean, it's more of a nightmare for POW because I got to be right up on it. With the Buster, you actually can sit in the back and be comfy, but you also still have to time your shots. But yeah, Power Piston's a freaking nightmare. So here we go, main event time, Power Piston. Here we go. So the other reason we took all those E-tanks earlier is pretty much for this fight as a safety measure. One more, one more, one more. That actually wasn't too bad, if I must say. That was not too bad power piston. But there he goes. Alright. So here comes the next tricky stage with X3, as we gotta do a bit of watching of the backgrounds here, so to say. So pretty much we gotta set up these plungers in the first section coming up here, and we gotta match the third set with the background, so then the left seesaw is below the red background in the background. If we do it like that and we set it up right, we can actually make it through the rest of the stage without using jet. So set that one up. Or the second one, I'm sorry. So that second one, I'm sorry, it was the second one. I don't know why I said the third one, but it was the second one we had to set up. So it's set up the way we need it for later, as it actually dictates what a later set looks like, and it has to be low enough for the POW suit in order to jump onto it. And here's another section where if you actually take the lower path, the third block with the POW suit will actually get you an extra E-tank. But we actually were able to save one of our E-tanks from the power piston fight, so we really don't need it. So we're going to take up the top block here and get an extra big energy as we approach our boss store here. As if you're a fan of giant robot anime, here comes Batanga Z, not to be confused with with that other show. Mazinger Z. I don't know why I blanked on the name of it. There we go. Alright, here we go with the X4. I actually considered taking my E-tank there at the end. It's like, no, we can do it. I got greedy. I got way too greedy there. Alright, so, X4, we're going to use the POW suit. We're going to, destroy these upper locks, get a bit of energy. We're also going to be finally taking on Mr. X, finally. We're going to end this game real quick, because we're on PB pace, quote-unquote. And we're going to avoid a number of these enemies, like that. And we missed that guy. Eventually I need to time it where I do hit that bird and I don't have to wait. Oop. Almost got shot there. Gonna destroy the shield enemies. And we're coming up to what I like to call, and what Kami likes to call, the worst room of the game. Where you got these Koltahos, as I like to call them, on these platforms, firing in a straight line, and, you know, just being an outright nuisance and in the way. They're actually called Coltons, but I like to call them Koltahos after the runner. But yeah, that's the worst room in the game. Don't question it. It's the absolute truth. Alright, so we got one last section coming up where we got a choice where we gotta make. We gotta decide whether or not we gotta go for glory or we're gonna take a D-boost and make it through safely. We're gonna take the D-boost and get it through safely. But you can actually make this run right here where you can get to that door before that top cannon destroys you. But those cannons are RNG based, so if you get shot by that top cannon, that's 30 seconds lost. Alright, so here's what everyone came to see. Came to see the Crusher Ball get patted around like a cat, and down we go. We did it, everyone! The world is saved, Mr. Aches is defeated, failed with a D. Wait, you have enough power to... Oh my god! It's Enrico Palazzo! So yeah, turns out Mr. X was in fact Dr. Wily all along. Who knew? Alright, so yeah, we got another set of castle stages to go through. And the other reason we picked up two E-Tanks in Robot Master stages is for the Mechasaur fight here at the end of this stage. Because we're going to do a lot of deboosting to get through this, as you'll see in a moment. As we descend into Wily's castle here, gonna use these propellers to boost us through. And what? Oh, knocked ourselves into that one. And we're gonna go through the uprights here, and good. All right, we're gonna boost off this Joe right here. Off the spikes, and now we actually have to use Jet to get through this second section. And there we go. We're also going to take one more bit of damage up ahead, as we got to deal with another Samurai that we saw from Yamato Man stage. We actually use this ceiling right there to avoid the first set, but we can't do anything else outside to destroy him, which we ain't got time to do. Jump over the squid. And we're going to take on the Mechasaur here. So there's a fun thing you could potentially do in the Mechasaur fight. Because the Mechasaur actually sends out these platforms. And the POW suit can reflect them back into the Mechasaur. But there's one problem. They only do 1 damage. So it's not worth it. So we got to play hopscotch. We got to jump on the platforms. And we gotta shoot the dinosaur in the face. There is a potential theory of being able to get up on the Mechasaur and doing full charge shots in its head. But the problem is, there's so much damage being done back to you that it's not even worth it. But there goes Mechasaur. Now we're gonna go off to Wily 2 now. It's, for some reason, frozen over. I don't know why it's frozen over. Probably for these curling pucks to make their way through. But yeah, so we're gonna take on, we actually gotta go the top route because we're in POW suit. We can't use flame. We can't go the right side. We can't destroy that, little frost pillar there that the, flame weapon would allow us to do. Oh crap. Somebody wasn't paying attention. Whoops. He was busy talking and not paying attention. Oh well. Take 2. It's not like we got 700 lives, especially 4 of them from X1. Yeah. We weren't on PvP pace anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's fine. We were like 50 seconds behind my PB, so it didn't matter. All right, so we're gonna go through the top room here where these nerds are, and that's the only nerd I feel like destroying because it's either you kill it or you walk behind it, and they're not quick enough to get out of the way. But yeah, that's what I mean where I say I tend to ignore them with the PAL suit. And we're going to do that here, but we're also going to have to contend with a bit of lag. But you know what? Considering the alternative of trying to kill them and get them out of the way, I think I can deal with a bit of lag. Alright, so we're coming up to the W tank, as it's called, the Wily tank, and I think it's the worst designed boss in the classic series, especially on the NES, because it's literally just a cannon on a tripod. And the fun thing you can do with the W cannon is if you take damage, you can literally walk them back. Get back, get back! You can't come forward, you gotta go back. You're literally walking back. Worst boss, worst designed boss in this game. And mind you, this is the same game with Power Piston. Alright, so we're coming up to refights here. And we're going to use these fans that are in the water to propel us, or, well, hopefully propel us to the stage, but do it correctly. Again, I got 20 lives and we're past Power Piston, so it's fine. There we go. But yeah, we use the fans in the water, we propel ourselves through. Use the jet one more time. And now it's just PAL suit all the time, every time. Alright, so we're on refights. We're going to start with Blizzard. If you need to make any announcements, even though I can't hear you, now is probably a good time to do them.
Well, no announcements, but we had a donation come in earlier. Mad Hatter, $20 donation. Thank you so much for your contribution. All donations today are doubled, everyone. I will be back to talk a little bit about Zero after this run here.
Alright. Alright, so good. I really don't have. That's why I always use this as the time for the host to make any announcements that they need to be, because I really got nothing much to say that I haven't already said when it comes to these three fights outside of Flayman. But that's done. Flayman's done. I really ain't got much to say. The only thing I try to do is try and line up when he's jumping to hit my half-charge shot. Yeah, Windman. Oh, there we go. Alright, so Windman, he actually gave us what I wanted to show off earlier with batting him down like a cat, so he isn't able to do anything in the air. He actually gets swatted down. There goes Centaur. Let's see, Nightman wants to cooperate. There goes Nightman. Plant Man, we're gonna do easy mode again. Because I like doing easy mode, even though it's faster to do it the other way. Hi, I'm Plant Man. I'm just gonna jump and get punched in the face repeatedly. Because instead of, you know, putting my shield back up after getting hit, I'm just gonna jump and run. And Yamato. No. You can't have that. Nope. Not yours. It doesn't belong to you. No. Alright. Refight's done. One more drop. We're in Wily's. We're in the home stretch here. Wily 5. Gonna get that mustachioed fiend. But we also gotta deal with one more Met Tank. Because of all places they could put a Met Tank, it had to be at the end, in the way. Because that'll certainly stop us. Alright. Let's see, I could use another E-Tank. Let's see if Eddie will give us an E-Tank. He gave us an extra life. Jeez. Never forget the great Eddie betrayal of 2022. Alright, we're taking on the sweeper with the POW suit. We're gonna get that first jump in. And the POW suit pretty much does... we messed up our timing there. POW suit pretty much does the same amount of damage as the Silver Tomahawk. And we're gonna use one of our E-Tanks that we still have. And time is up on the last hit here as we pull the lever, and into the casino we go. One more hit. There we go. Time. Oop. Time. And with that, world peace is finally here. Finally made world peace. Never again to be seen again. Locked away forever. Lock and key. Never to be seen again on the NES. It's done. Finally. But once again, thanks everyone for having me. Hope you enjoyed this run. I had a great time doing this run. I hope you had a great time watching this run. Enjoy all the Mega Man action throughout the rest of the game. Rest of the day. And please donate, because this is a great cause to donate to. Alright? Thank you.
Alrighty, shout outs to Siberianbull9. Thank you very much, Bull, for coming in and doing that run for us. We're going to come on back over towards the intermission screen here as we get ready for our next run, which, as you can see, is going to be Bellrum Wade running Mega Man ZX, doing an any percent model showcase. It's basically any percent, but they're going to be using specific models, and their commentator Meta X will be telling us a little bit more about that in a few minutes. In the meantime, stay tuned, folks. We're going to set up the run.
And comment on if you don't mind me hopping in here to talk a little bit about today.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Siberian Bull, for your run. That was awesome to watch. I think that was the longest one we've had yet with the 50-minute estimate. So that was awesome. It's good stuff there. But thank you, everyone, for joining us today. This is the final day of Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. That means everything that is donated today is double matched. It doesn't go towards the actual goal for today, but it is still double matched. But just to give everyone a little information on Zero, what it is, who we are, and so forth, before the next run here. And I apologize for my voice right now. I am rather sick, just getting over it here. But Zero has 4 pillars that we kind of that are embedded into what we do, and I kind of want to go over those with everyone really quick. It's education and awareness, advocacy, health equity, and patient and support programs. Just to kind of give you a background on all 4 of those, that's pretty much that embodies what we do at Zero. Advocacy. Zero actually started as an advocacy company about 26 years ago. We do a lot of advocacy with our representatives to support prostate cancer funding and remove any barriers for screening for men. On the health equity and health disparity side of things, it is something we push for heavily. Black men are higher risk for prostate cancer. They're actually 2.5 times more likely to get the disease. And that's nothing to do with them being black. It's actually just to them due to the fact that they have less access to basic care, insurance status, racial biases, and such, just to name a few. And Zero is really pushing the boundaries. They're really pushing for better care across the board for a health equity initiative. So it is extremely important to us. If anyone would like more information on that, I'd be happy to link you to a page on our website that gives more details on that. Patient and support programs as well. As I had mentioned, we give a lot of what you donate today goes directly to patient support for people who are fighting prostate cancer right now and need the help. We also offer a program called 0360, which is there to support patients who are trying to support not only themselves, but their family and fight the prostate cancer. It helps with insurance difficulties, driving expenses, and so forth. The bills do add up, and that's what 0360 goes towards. And then the last pillar is awareness. This is the most important one to me that I see in terms of raising awareness, because it's not a well-known thing as far as I'm concerned. And early detection saves lives. So if you know about it, you're aware of it, and you're able to detect it early. And if it's detected in the early stages, there's a 99% plus survival rate. If it's detected in stages 3 and 4, your chances of survival drop significantly. So we try to raise awareness, and that's what this tournament is a part of. And I appreciate you all being out here. So that's just a little bit of information about Zero. I'm going to go ahead and send it back to Kami. Thank you all for joining us here today. Looking forward to the rest of the runs, and I'll be back to talk more about it later.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much for that, Joe. Don't mind us, folks. We are still in intermission. We're just getting things set up. This run will take an extra couple of minutes because there's an extra whole screen and all that. But don't worry, we are on top of it, and we will be back shortly.
Hi, everyone. Just wanted to chime in while we are waiting on the next run to come through here. This is Joe with Zero Cancer. Thank you all for joining us. Just a reminder, today is the final day of Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, otherwise known as PCAM for us. All donations today are double matched. I just wanted to spit out a few facts about prostate cancer while we have a few minutes here before our next long run. If you're not familiar with prostate cancer, it is pretty common, actually. I assume a lot of people know somebody, have somebody in their lives that may be affected by it. 1 in 8 males actually get the disease, and the American Cancer Society estimates that nearly 270,000 people in the United States alone are going to be told that they have it this year. So it is pretty common. And just to add more to it, it's the second leading cause of cancer death among American men. It's actually the most diagnosed, most commonly diagnosed. So very common. One thing you'll hear me say today a lot is early detection. Someone in the chat asked about when to get tested for it. It is actually recommended that you start talking to your doctor about it when you're in your 40s. By your 50s, absolutely, you should be getting tested. But definitely depends on family history, any other health concerns, health problems, that sort of thing. So early detection. It's so important in saving lives, saving your life. If you happen to have a prostate, it is very, very important. So just wanted to give some quick facts about it. For anyone interested in more information, you can head on over to zerocancer.org. We have all of the stuff I've been talking about today and we'll talk about is on that website if you're looking for more information. So just a reminder, everything today is double matched. Appreciate everyone's support and looking forward to the rest of the runs today.
Thank you, Joe, for stepping in with that brief bit of info. We are almost ready, folks. We had some pretty major issues, but I think we pretty much solved them, so we're just doing the final steps here, and we should be live in a couple of minutes here. Bear with. Apologies for the inconvenience. Alrighty, folks. Sorry for the incredible delay there. We are set up and ready to go. We've got Bellrum Wade coming up with Mega Man ZX doing an any percent model showcase. We'll have Meta X on the comms. And we're going to bring it on over here. And we are ready to go when our runners and our commentators are ready to go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you just fine.
Okay, so I'm MetaX, and I run ZX and do a lot of stuff with ZX, one of my favorite games. And our runner today is Bellrum Wade. He also likes to run ZX, and today he's doing not the normal speedrun that you see, but kind of a special route that we put together. It's called a model showcase, I guess, because normally you only see a couple of the forms in this game, because there's some that are better than others. But for this run, we tried to balance, how often you see each one, so that you'll get to see each one of the forms. And yeah, hopefully it'll be a fun time. Okay. Okay, so yeah, right now he's just selecting the character. The character doesn't really affect the game at all. It just slightly affects the story. But yeah, so now we're starting with Model X. It's you might sort of recognize it. Obviously, it's based on X, and it's the simplest form of the game, because it's kind of the starting one. But I guess its special thing is it has a double charge shot. It's basically just the Buster from X2, the Buster ability, and that's just basically the entire character. But there'll be a lot more abilities that will unlock. And here's the intro boss. So I guess I can give some story background for the this game. I'm not overlapping anybody else, am I?
No. You're the only one talking. By all means.
Okay,
it's
just
your
want to
show,
make
go
sure.
for it.
So yeah, this game. So the Mega Man Zero series, featuring Zero, takes place about 100 years after the Mega Man X series. And this game, the ZX series, takes place several or 200 or 300 years after the Zero series. And at this point, X and Zero and the X Guardians from the Zero series, they're basically all long dead, but they still sort of live on in these biometals. They're called. They're like these little rock things that still have their personalities, and they also can basically grant their powers to certain people. So the main character in this one is actually a human, not a Reploid or robot, but they're basically using X's armor, essentially. And a special ability, like, technically they're the bio match of Model X, they call it, but just like X's variable weapon system in the X games, in this, Model X's ability is that he'll be able to double Mega Merge with other models. So like later on we're going to see him combine with Model Z, which is Zero, to become Model ZX, which is the game's namesake, and then we'll see some other ones. So I should also mention this game, unlike most of the other Mega Man games, it has an open world, and you accept missions from these trans servers, and then you go to the area and do the mission. So he just did a mission right there that was kind of supposed to introduce you to the I guess, social mechanics of the game, where you just go around and can talk to NPCs. There's like that city area where there's a lot of NPCs. Now he's doing a mission where he has to gather some computer chips that have some information. So he just got right there. And there are a bunch of them, but you only need to gather one. And then now we're gonna have the boss. And so there's a special thing Model X can do with this boss, where it can, this boss, you can't hit it directly, but you have to hit its crates back up to it, like you'll see right here. And there's a special thing where, if you'll notice on the second charge shot that Model X shoots, it's blue with little pink things spinning around it. And if you hit the crates just right, you can get one of the pink things to fly off and hit the chip up there to get a sort of double hit. And if you manage to do that, you can beat this boss in 3 hits. And Belrum's managed to get it in practice. I'm really bad at it, but we didn't get it this time, but it's pretty hard. I just want to mention it. You just saw it right there. The pink shot fly off and hit the enemy. So now we're on the Guardian base. It's like a flying ship, and they're basically just these people that fly around and fight Mavericks and that sort of thing. And we're about to go into the final of the intro missions. And then after this mission, we're going to get to choose which mission to play next, like in other Mega Man games. And he just took a really short detour to grab a life up, which is, it just increases your health, your maximum health, by a couple points, which will be helpful. We're probably going to be getting maybe one other of those, and also a sub tank, maybe two, depending on how safe we want to be. And so you might recognize this area. It's obviously a bit of a reference to the highway from X1. Even got the B bosses and everything, and we're playing as Model X, so that's a fun little thing. This game actually has several references to X1, which I'll probably explain some of the other ones later, but that's one of the most obvious ones right there. Okay, so this boss is basically the mentor character, Jiro. He, you know, rhymes with Zero. He's got long blonde hair and everything. But he's basically been like corrupted or possessed or whatever by the bad guys, so we have to fight him. And then once we beat him, we get Model Z from him, and then we use Model X to double Mega Merge into Model ZX. So now we have the Saber and the Buster. It's basically a simplified version of Zero from the Zero games that we're playing as right now. Okay, so we're going to be seeing this room a couple times in the run. It's kind of just an unfortunate part of the way the open world is designed, and just the missions over here don't have teleporters in them. But it doesn't take too long to get around. So right now we're heading to the first Pseudoroid. Instead of Mavericks, they're called Pseudoroids because they use the models, the power of the models, but they're not the bio matches for them. They're like fake, I guess, so they call them Pseudoroids. And so this first one is going to be in an amusement park area. And yeah, it's a pretty fun area. So you can, yeah, there's lots to look at in the background and stuff. Got these fun Met carnival rides and stuff. So here's our first mid-boss. Mid-bosses are different from bosses because they don't have iframes, so you can kind of just spam or mash whichever kind of moves you like in a row, but they have large health pools. So I guess there's a couple things I should explain before we get to the boss. First of all, there's the combo system in this game, which is an evolution of the one that evolved in the Zero games. So the way it works is whenever you hit the boss, they get iframes just like you do, but you can... oh, I should mention this room is extremely dangerous, like one of the most dangerous rooms in the run, because these little bugs will come out of nowhere and hit you. Yeah, so the combo system, the boss will get iframes. Okay, we made it through safely. And different moves in your arsenal have a different priority value. And so when the boss is flashing with their iframes, you can continue to hit them as long as your move has a higher priority value than the previous move. So, for example, for this combo model, it can do a combo of the shot into an air slash into a triple slash. That's an example combo. And this is also a really tough boss. He's got those bombs that are really strong. And the other system I should talk about with the bosses is they've got this level system where each boss has a weak point. For this guy, it's his arms. And his arm's really big, so it's easy to hit them. But even though it does more damage to hit them, you actually don't want to hit them because it damages the biometal, they call it. So the more you hit those weak points, the less weapon energy you'll have when you unlock that biometal. So the best is a level 4 if you never hit it, never hit the weak point. And level 3 is the second best. So if you hit them at least once, you get a level 3, but thankfully, if you don't hit it too much, then you can still get a level 3, which he got there. So we won't have the maximum amount of energy for this model here, but we'll still have a pretty good amount. And so yeah, now we're going to see our first non-Extra Zero model. It's model PX, based on Phantom from the Mega Man Zero series. He's a ninja. He's going to turn to it right after this little crawl space here. And so his thing is he kind of throws tons of kunai. Like weak projectiles, but there are a lot of them. And oh yeah, the 4 models that aren't Extra Zero, they have a special thing called Overdrive, where if you press the A button, then you enter this state that continuously consumes weapon energy, but it doubles the attack power of all of your attacks. And it also has a secondary property where for each of the other 3, it applies an element to their attacks, but this guy is neutral element, so instead he has Shadow Dash, which you saw right there, where whenever he dashes while he's in overdrive, he is invincible. So if you can use that smartly to pass through enemies and that sort of thing. And his normal attack is kunai, he throws a lot of them, and his charge attack is a big shuriken. And if you're familiar with the shield boomerang from Mega Man Zero, you can do some tricks. It's the shuriken is similar to that. You can do some tricks with it where you can kind of like dance around it, and it will like try to follow you, but like do certain loops. It's pretty fun to mess around with, and it's just a decently powerful charge attack in general, but it has limited range. So this is another area we have to do it again, but this is the only time we're going to have to redo this area because there's going to be a transfer or a teleporter at the end of it. The boss fight with Jiro earlier ended right before the trans server, so if they just let us grab it before, then we wouldn't have to do this again. But I think the intention is they want us to try this route with our new abilities. So now that we've passed through this transserver room, we can teleport back there whenever we want, which we're going to do at a point later on, for a end game level that's in this area. Actually, 2 of them. Alright, so this is the next area. It's the residential area, I think it is. And it's basically, it's on fire because the Pseudoroid here is a fire Pseudoroid based on Fafnir from Mega Man Zero. And he's, he's just running around setting everything on fire. And right now, we have to save a bunch of people who are trapped in the burning buildings. So the Guardians, which are the ones that are dressed in green, we can talk to them while transformed, but if we talk to the normal humans and residents, they will get scared because they'll think that we're a Maverick, so you have to transform into human to talk to all of them. Oh, another thing I forgot to mention is each of the 4 other models, they have a special subscreen, like, ability, I guess. So if you look at the subscreen when he's transformed to Model PX, you'll see he has a little map, which shows you where any enemies are. So that's Model PX's ability. We'll see some other ones later. Okay, so now that we've rescued all the civilians, we unlocked the key to this door, so we can continue the level. Alright, so this is the boss, Fistlio. He's kind of like a lion. His weak spot is his mane, I think, or his head. It can be pretty tough because he will crouch down and heal, so you gotta be careful. You can't hit him from the front while he's doing that, or else he'll hit his head. And even from behind, like you just saw, that was kind of a weird thing. His weak spot can be really annoying to deal with sometimes. But we got a level 3, so that's pretty good. And so that unlocks for us Model FX, which we will switch to in a minute. It's based on Fafnir. So its thing is this, a Model PX is sort of based on light projectiles. So Model FX is sort of based on heavy projectiles. So he can shoot out of both arms. This game, it has a main weapon button and a sub weapon button, and one is for shoots out your left arm, one shoots out of your right arm. It shoots these sort of big, instead of lemons we call them oranges. And his charged moves are punches. So like, if you charge the main weapon button, it punches with his left hand. The sub weapon button punches with his right hand. And it's actually special because you can use your charge abilities without any energy. Another thing it can do is it can shoot upward, which you just saw there. But yeah, it can use its charge abilities without any energy, but if you do have energy when you use the charge abilities, it also sends out a big fireball. And there are also some fun interactions in the game with punching different things, like you can launch enemies into other enemies.
Hey Meta, just want to hop in here really quick. Great work from you and Bellrum. Just want to pop in with a shout out to Dookie. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. Puts us over the $300 mark. But I'll give it back to you. Great work.
Awesome. Oh, so one thing I need to go over is anybody who's played the Zero or ZX games knows that there is... So in the previous Mega Man games, you know, there's like the 8 bosses, and they've got a sort of like weakness order. But in the Zero and ZX games, they have a elemental triangle. So they have sort of a consistent weakness order. And it is... fire beats ice, and ice beats electric, and electric beats fire. So that's why now we're going into the ice area after we got the fire model. And you can see when he uses his fire moves, it can melt the ice cubes. And it'll also do increased damage versus the ice boss. It'll actually do quadruple damage to the ice boss when he uses overdrive moves. Because overdrive doubles your damage, and it applies element, which also doubles your damage. So that'll be a really important thing. You can kill bosses extremely quickly using elemental weaknesses if you know the combos and everything. So this is the Crush Pactor mini-boss. There's 2 of them. This one, he has a tractor on the bottom, or a conveyor belt, that pulls you in towards him, but he managed to kill him pretty cleanly. If he manages to pull you towards him, then he crushes you with his big ol' roller. Okay, so we're gonna hope for some energy drops because the boss is coming up, and yeah, it's kind of a whole RNG thing. But there's energy down here, I think that should be guaranteed. Yeah, okay. So now it's just a low health to worry about. Oh, okay. So he died on purpose, just to right after passing through the door, just to reset his health, which is pretty smart. So this is the first Model L boss, which L for Leviathan from the Zero series. And this boss is, well, you'll see that this is only a small part of the boss that you can see right now. No, things aren't going well. It can be pretty tricky when you get caught by those that little cyclone. But yeah, so this is an anglerfish boss, but we got level 4, so that means it's a perfect no hitting the weakness. For that one, it was her head was the weakness, her weak point. Yeah, now we've got Model LX, which its specialty is water, so we're going to be using it for the second water stage later on, and it's also good for electric enemies. So I think we might be using it, yeah. The first electric stage. Right here, he's going to try to show the punching ability of Model FX. Yeah, you can see how it just completely yeets those enemies away. So model LX is its only standard attack is this big ol' lance or halberd, where it's just a powerful, just a big slash basically. It's got a few more moves when it's underwater, but its main strength comes from its overdrive slash is really powerful, especially versus electric bosses, and it's got good vertical range, and its charge move is a little ice sled thing, so you can use that to basically double jump if you use it correctly, which you saw him do earlier, to bypass having to wait for this little elevator thing.
Just out of curiosity, Meta, did you explain the reason that Belrum is constantly slashing against walls while climbing up?
Oh yeah, so in this game, when you wall kick or jump off or wall jump, it kind of pushes you away from the wall a little bit. But if you are currently like attacking or in the animation of an attack, then it cancels that pushing away thing, so it makes it so you can just wall kick at as fast as you like. And I should also mention this mini boss. This model is kind of not the best for this mini boss, but we did want to kind of stick with the model for the whole stage. So it's going to be pretty tough because yeah, it's a pretty dangerous boss, and so he's trying to do something called reversals, where if you slash an enemy and then during the slash animation you turn around and then turn back around for like a 360, then you can hit multiple times with a single slash. But it's pretty hard, and this boss also just has a lot of health, and it's just not really a good combination. But speaking of slashing, something you'll see him do sometimes is pickups. As long as they're not the smallest type of pickup, there's the yellow health pickups, the green weapon energy pickups, and blue E-crystal pickups, which is just money. If you slash the medium or big sized ones, they will actually break apart into smaller pickups of other types. So you see him do that right there. He slashed that money pickup to split it into health and energy. And so that can help a lot when farming health or energy. Okay, so we're coming up on High Volt, who is the first Model H boss based on Harpuia from Mega Man Zero. He's kind of like a raptor, I guess. His weak point is his wings. But you can see how these elemental attacks are super strong. They take out a huge chunk of the boss's health each time. So yeah, he got a level 4 on for Model HX, which we'll see for a second in coming up here, though we'll be seeing it more later on. Compared to a normal speedrun of this game, you won't be seeing this model as much in this run because it's basically the best model in the game. They'll be using it in like 70% of the run for a normal speedrun because it, well, well, several reasons. As you can see, it has an air dash, and you can dash jump into an air dash, and it can also go upward or sideways. And not just that, but it's also the strongest model in the game if you use it properly. It's got this special triple slash right here that's pretty strong. It's kind of difficult to pull off sometimes because you have to do main weapon, sub weapon, main weapon in that order, and like in a row. And it's also got a really powerful charge attack, which we'll unlock later, and we'll show that at some point. But we won't be abusing it and its combos as much as we would in a normal speedrun, just because we want to give the other models a chance to shine. So yeah, this is the intermission, I should have mentioned, where after you fight 4 bosses, then you have to do this stage. There's Prometheus. He basically raided the airship, and we have to, stop him from destroying it. He's got a scythe, and he is basically fire and neutral element, I guess. So if we wanted to, we could use HX to kill him in 1 second, but we want there to be a little bit of a fight, Yeah, that's Model ZX's one of its best things is that rolling slash there, where basically it just keeps hitting as long as you keep hitting the boss, because it combos into itself for basically forever. And Model ZX is the other best model besides HX. So in a normal speed run, you're basically always using HX and ZX, except for when you're using the elemental models against their weakness. And so this is the second HX stage. I can't remember what the area is. Some kind of factory or something. I don't know. Although right now it's being used as like a prison camp. Oh, and basically a passive ability of PX is in these dark areas. Normally that light bubble around you is really small, but for PX it's bigger. And you can also there's also the map on the bottom of the screen, which also helps. This stage has 2 paths. The top path is kind of for Model HX because there's this spike path that you have to fly across. And the bottom path is sort of for Model PX, because there's that darkness path. And here's a mid-boss. There's 3 types of this dragon in the game. One of them is right here, one of them is in the other path of this level, so we won't be seeing it. And then the third type is going to be later on in the game, we'll see it. And they're each mostly the same, but they each have 1 unique attack. For this one, he will shoot splitting lasers. But it's kind of RNG whether he'll use it or not. Unfortunately, we didn't get many energy drops, which would have helped with this fight. But it shouldn't take too much longer, even then. Yeah, these enemies are kind of annoying if you don't have any weapon energy as PX. You can jump over them, but the timing's super tight. And it's really hard to hit them because they're like armored, so you have to hit them exactly right. And so with PX's light weaponry, it's really hard to get enough hits in to kill him. But this is the last room before the boss, so we'll do a little bit of farming, resource gathering right here before the boss. And he's just walking in this room to grab this little power up there. So he used the shuriken to cut it, so it gave some health. Okay, so this boss is Huracan. It's the second Model H boss, and it is a Kami Itachi or something. Some kind of Japanese thing. It's like a weasel with scythes, I guess. Yeah, it can make tornadoes and electricity and stuff. So we're using some shuriken loops to do some damage from below. But yeah, now that his health is below half, his desperation move is kind of annoying, where he'll jump in the center and then waste a lot of time. We're most likely going to see that. But if we're lucky, he won't do it too much. Oh, nice. So he managed to finish him off right before he started the desperation move, where he just, it takes like 10 seconds, where you can't hurt him at all. And so right here you'll see there were a bunch of people trapped in here, so we just freed them. It's kind of dark. They, those people, they were turning them into cyber elves by like scaring them to death or something, and then they basically use them as energy sources. Okay, so now we're heading to the volcano area with the second Model F boss. So now we're going to get to see Model HX in action. So its thing is it has dual blades, and it's now that we have both charge moves. Its second charge move is a tornado that's super powerful, but we're only going to be using it late in the run because we don't want to abuse it. But we are going to be seeing Model H's power against the mid-boss here. It's a fight that can be pretty annoying with other models, but with Model HX, it takes literally 1 second. So this mid-boss is technically part of the Devil line, like the Rainbow Devil from the Zero games. It's called the Lava Demon. I don't know why it's demon instead of devil, but yeah, there it goes. So we might not see it, but this room and the next room, there's a giant wall of lava that's chasing him from the left side. So you have to finish this room in a certain amount of time, or else you get killed by the lava. So yeah, that was a really good tunnel run there. Now we've got the boss, Flamwell. He's a mole. He digs in the ground. He has one of the most annoying weaknesses, or weak points. It's his arms, and he's flat, so his arms are like basically his entire body. So yeah, we got a level 2 there. You kind of have to be super careful and really slow, or like do a really difficult combo in order not to get a level 4. Okay, so now we're going to be passing through Area A again, and it won't be our last time, but we are going to the second water level. Oh, so he's taking this up path because there's a sub-tank up here. It's kind of hidden in the trees, but HX can get it easily. Oh yeah, I forgot to explain the subscreen for the other models. For HX, its subscreen thing is it shows you the health of enemies. So all these basic enemies, you can see them pop up on the screen because they just die in one hit. But it can be really helpful for mini bosses because they don't have a health bar, but they have a lot of health. Or just enemies that have a decent amount of health in general. It can be helpful. And Model LX's subscreen ability, it's another map like Model PX. This map does not show enemy locations, but instead it has a much wider range, as you can see, and it also shows where items are. I am always too scared to try to swim through those spike tunnels, but you managed to get it. So yeah, Model LX underwater, it has a special swim ability where it can just basically dash in any direction infinitely. And it also has another type of slash that while you're dashing, if you slash, then it does a spinning slash. But for this, he was doing reversals to try to get in a lot of overdrive hits on the boss. So that would have gotten rid of at least half of the mid-boss's health. But it can be annoying because there's a lot of RNG with this boss. It can summon those fish over and over again, and the fish aren't connected to its health bar, so it just wastes time. Yeah, Model PX is my favorite model, and Model PX is really bad versus that mini-boss, so I'm not a fan of that mini-boss. Okay, so this is the second Model L boss, Leganker. He's a big dude. He doesn't really move around much. But when I was practicing this run the other day, trying it out, I died to him a bunch of times. If everything goes perfectly, you can technically just sit there beneath him spinning your lance forever and kill him. But things usually do not go perfectly. Okay, cool. His weak point are the big fins on top of his head. So as long as you hit him from below, you're safe from hitting his weak point. And so when you beat the second boss, you unlock the second boss for a model. Oh, wow, that was quite a snipe. So you unlock more weapon energy, double weapon energy, and you also unlock a second charge attack for model LX. That is a ice dragon. That kind of just homes in on enemies. Not sure if we'll be using it in the run. It's kind of slow. And yeah, this stage, as you see, it's kind of strange. Uh-oh. Okay. Good thing we had more lives. So this stage is kind of weird because most stages, right after the boss, you have a trans server so you can turn in your mission. But for some reason on this stage, you just have to go back to the start of the level to do it. But there's like that little tunnel that he went through, so you don't have to do the stage itself over again. And the trans servers restore lives, so if you died a couple of times, then you don't need to worry about that. So that's 7 of the pseudoroids are down. Now we're going to the last one, which is going to be the second Model P boss. And we're going to be doing it as FX, which is pretty unconventional, but it's pretty fun. Oh yeah, and he can punch those balls to make them go flying. Oh, and Model FX's sub-screen ability, it's a bit different from the others. It can actually modify the path of its bullets, which is pretty interesting. So you can make a different path for the left arm than for the right arm, and do some funny stuff with it. Like you can make it go in like a zigzag. Oh yeah, and right there he just showed you can burn that thing. He just went to grab that energy. And he's also just for fun, we're gonna punch this tree. See if it blesses us. Well, just some pickups. But if you're really lucky, that tree will drop an apple that you can consume for health anytime you want. But it can also drop a met, which didn't happen, so we didn't have bad luck either. So coming up, we're gonna see Model FX's second charge attack, which is a Groundbreaker, which just makes a wave of flames on the ground.
Not sure what happened here. Hopefully we'll get the video back. Oh, there we go. Bellroom may be having some internet issues.
Yeah, on this practice stream yesterday, he was getting a little bit of lag, but you can hear it.
Yeah, I hear it. Hopefully it'll come back.
So you can hear that sound you heard of the shredding sound. That was the Groundbreaker flames shredding the boss. It can beat mid-bosses really fast. Okay, so now we're in Area L, which is the lab. It's a pretty crazy level. It's mostly flat, but like there's a lot going on. There's all sorts of enemies and these crates blocking your way, and in the later parts there will be missiles flying from the sky, and it's a pretty crazy level. Oh yeah, these little beacons, if you walk into one of those blue waves, then it will disable your dash and force you to walk backwards for like 15 seconds. And if you walk into a red one, then it will disable your attacks. So it's best not to walk into them, especially not the blue ones. Yeah, those red ones aren't so bad, because you can still dash, jump, and stuff. But you just won't be able to attack for a few seconds. It's like we got some more lag. Just imagine lots of missiles falling from the sky, and dudes flying around with jetpacks, trying to shoot you. Oh, and a really fun part of this level, if your health is below half, then bats start falling and homing in on you, which is just a really cruel addition. Okay, so you can see him, he just edited the path of one of his busters. So one of his busters will go straight and the other one will go up and then forward. As we come up to this boss, the second Model P boss, he's a big rhino. And his weak point is his entire stomach there, so you gotta be careful to go for his head. And he also has a thing where he can go up and down between these 3 floors, and so you gotta be, it's usually best to try to be on the lowest floor between his attacks when he decides whether to go up or not, because he'll follow you. So yeah, you can hit him from below, but it does hit his weak spot, so gonna get a little bit less PX energy. But you can raise your energy if you got a low level, but there's 2 ways to do it. You can either wait for the boss to respawn, which bosses respawn after you beat 4 bosses, and then like you beat the respawned ones, and other ones start respawning. They basically go in a cycle. Or the other way is to go to the Guardian base and you can buy upgrades to them, which he's going to be doing here, I'm pretty sure. Probably won't have enough money for all of them, but should be able to get everything up to a decent level, I think. Oh, and another thing is this this little doll here. It has 1,000 health, and if you do that much damage to it, then it will drop a W tank, which is a weapon energy tank to restore your weapon energy. Weapon energy is a very valuable resource in this game, because it doesn't restore it at trans servers, or when you die. You can only get it from drops. And on the last stage, with the boss refights and everything, there are limited drops to get, and no drops between bosses. So it's really helpful to have that W tank. So yeah, there he just upgraded Model PX. Get some of its to raise its max weapon energy. Okay, so this is the last time we'll be walking through Area A. We're going to Area M, which is the first endgame level. There's 3 endgame levels. So for the intermission, we had Prometheus as a boss, and this level is going to have Pandora as a boss. And so for these last couple levels, for the whole model showcase thing, we're kind of just we've got sort of just a certain transformation schedule, I guess. So he's going to start with Model FX. Model FX is really good against we're going to fight the last dragon mini boss. Because of the way that, like, as you can see, his one buster that goes upward, that's really good for the dragon mini boss because it just floats at that level. So that's really helpful. And then the second half of the level is this really dangerous room with water and spikes. So we're going to be using Model LX for that. So this eagle, it's got most of the same attacks, but its unique attack is that big feather one, which like wastes 5 seconds. But he did a lot of damage with that overdrive bullets and at the beginning, and so yeah, that was much faster than the earlier one. This Model FX is pretty good for that. Oh, and I should mention, part of Belrum's influence for choosing which models to use for these levels was based on the weakness for their boss. But it also worked out really well here. Like FX was good for the eagle; it could punch out that shortcut, and LX will be good for this water section. But it's also because Pandora, the boss, she switches between electric type and ice type, and so Model LX beats whoops, I would do that a lot too. So LX beats electric, and FX beats ice, though we're going to be using ZX for the actual boss, just to kind of keep with the ZX theme for the story bosses, I guess. So yeah, this room is pretty scary, as you can see. But we should be good. So yeah, Prometheus has a Grim Reaper theme with his scythe, and Pandora sort of has a witch theme. She's got this staff that she kind of rides around and summons things with. Okay, so that's the first endgame stage down. Now is the second endgame stage. It is, I think we're going to be using all 4 models for it. First, there's this ladder that comes down once you unlock this mission, but it can't be, it's too high to jump to with a normal model, so we need to use model HX, or LX can technically get it too. and then we'll be switching to different models throughout the level. Oh, and now that we have all 4 models, I can mention each of the models actually has a X1 reference in it. So model HX, its second charge shot is a vertical tornado, which is Storm Tornado's charge attack, I think. Model FX, its secondary charge attack, which he used earlier, but we didn't see it because of the lag. It makes a bunch of flames along the ground. I think that's what's it? Fire waves charge attack? Oh yeah, that attack. From X1, LX makes that ice sled, which we saw, which is like a Shotgun Ice's charge attack from X1. And PX, its second charge attack makes a shield around itself, which is I think Rolling Shield's charge attack from X1. So this room is pretty rough because there's all these guys popping out, shooting fire out. For some reason the game gives us a trance over here, so we can just use it to restore our health a little bit. And at this part right here, I always fall in the pit and die. And there's that shield. There you go. It can block standard shots from enemies, or you can kind of walk into an enemy to hurt them with it. And then here's the second version of the tentacle boss, which instead of fish, this one has blue tentacles to waste your time. Oh, that was really good. Got a lot of multi-hits there. Okay, so this boss is Prometheus and Pandora together. So it's a pretty cool boss fight. So there you go, now we are headed to the final level, Serpent HQ. It got the traditional refights and everything, but this game is a little mean. It doesn't give you health and energy between bosses like most games do. I don't know why. And it's also got these elevator sections between groups of bosses. Basically, it offers you the bosses in pairs, depending on which model they use, which biometal. And so I think we're trying to use, for the most part, different models than we used for the original fights, just to, you know, get more variety. So yeah, these are auto scroller sections. So not really any way to you can speed it up. And you kind of just have to hope that you get good drops from the enemies because you can't go back for more. So yeah, now at this point, because it's the end of the game, we don't really care much about levels. Technically, if we got a bad level victory against an earlier boss, then we can go for a better one to upgrade that model, but it's not really worth it at this point, so we're just gonna try to go for just relatively quick kills. Oh, and this one's a rough combo because overdrive or fire type attacks do 0 damage versus electric bosses, but so we kind of drain all that energy so that we can do our combos and actually deal damage. Normally this is not a model boss combination you'd want to go for, but just for the sake of the variety for the run. And FX's ability to shoot upward comes in handy there. FX is also nice for this elevator section because you can shoot upward at enemies and punch them around and stuff. Things aren't looking good. We really want to get some energy for this boss. But I think we can get some at the... Yeah, no drops, but we should be able to get some here. He's just gonna go out of model for a second. I guess I never explained that ability for PX. PX can actually grab onto ceilings and like poles or ropes and stuff like that, which is a pretty fun little ability there, even though it doesn't get to be useful very often. So Model FX can kill this boss in 2 combos with the double shot into punch, but since we don't have much energy, and just to be safe, just do the double shot 4 times and takes care of him. And this one is another combination you normally would absolutely not want to do, but we're just going to do for variety and because we don't want Model HX to destroy bosses too hard like it normally would in a run. But underwater, HX can't use its dashing abilities. Okay, so we've done the Model H electric bosses, the Model L ice bosses, and next are the Model F fire bosses. So if the boss's pattern goes well, we will see some, hopefully see some cool combo from Model HX. In a normal run, the fire bosses can basically just get deleted instantly because Model H has got such powerful combos. Alright, those are done, and then after this elevator ride is the final set of bosses, the Model P bosses. And it's pretty tough for PX to kill any of these enemies, so have to hope for decent drops. I think we'll also be changing transformation a little bit here too, just to grab some of these items. So one fun thing about this fight with PX is that you can use his monkey rope up there to jump across the ceiling. But yeah, so he's going to be using that W tank just because it's pretty much at the end of the run. Restore everybody's energy a bit. That should help make these last fights go more smoothly. Oh yeah, and a fun detail in these games, if you haven't noticed, is if you finish off a boss using a cutting type move, like that shuriken there, then the boss will get split in half. They have a unique sprite for it. So I guess he just wanted to show us the Ice Dragon once in the run. So LX, even though it doesn't have many attacks, it's got a simple combo of just air slash to ground slash, which can do pretty decent damage with overdrive. Oh, and now we might do a little bit of farming. This one up here, it respawns every time you go through the second door. So if you want to be super careful, you can just pass through these two doors and then go back and get the one up over and over and over again until you have 9 lives. but I think he might be confident with what we have. Alright, so we've got the final boss coming up here, Serpent. It's kind of like Sigma, I guess. So first he's in a model, or a Mega Man form of his own for Model W, which is based on Dr. Vile from the Zero series. It's kind of a different type of model, but yeah, we can get in some good combos with Model ZX. So he has his own overdrive, as you can see, where he gets much faster, less cooldown between his moves, so it can be pretty dangerous, this part right here. And so now here's his second form. It slightly changes between each of his 3 health bars. So this first time we gotta hit him in the head. Hopefully we've got enough energy. And so he is just gonna be using each of the 4, or each of the 5 models throughout this fight here. Switching to Alex because the saber's a little easier for hitting those flames. Okay, so now we're going to be seeing that tornado. So yeah, one single tornado takes out that entire phase there. And we're going to be doing a nifty little PX combo with a shield and shuriken. And these things right here, they suck your health, but they're super hard to dodge. Oh, this is a pretty dangerous part. It's really hard to dodge. And there we go. There's Mega Man ZX. That would be milliseconds before the 1 hour 20-minute mark. And we usually do that final save just to get the in-game time, because that's what most of the runs use. But yep, there you go. That's a Mega Man ZX model showcase route by Bellroom Wade.
Very cool. GG's to Bellroom. Hour 19:59 is what I see on my timer, but there's some discrepancy, of course, because there was bits of lag here and there. We got an hour 18:48 on the IGT in game. Very nice. Thank you very much, Bellroom, for doing this run, and thank you, Meta, for the wonderful commentary on this run as well. This is a very unique run in a very unique game. Very, very cool to see. Thank you both for the showcase here, the model showcase. Very good stuff. Unfortunately, we are pretty far behind, so we're going to have to move along somewhat quickly here. But I do want to definitely thank the both of you. You did a wonderful job. Give you some shout outs in the chat here. And we're going to go ahead and move on to intermission. You all have yourselves a wonderful one, Bellroom and Meta. And look forward to hopefully working together again in the future. In the meantime, folks, we are going to be setting up for my run of Mega Man 5 Buster Only. Should only be a minute or two. Well, maybe 3, but still. Should be relatively quick. In the meantime, I believe Joe had something he wanted to say while I set things up in the background here, so I'm going to start the music low and do that.
Yeah, great run, Bellroom. Meta, thank you both for joining us. That was awesome. Thank you to all the runners. For those of you just joining us, this is the Blue Bomber Blitz in support of Zero prostate cancer. If you're not familiar with Zero, I'm going to go ahead and toss out an exclamation point zero in the chat. It is the final day of Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, which means all donations today are doubled. They don't go towards the goal, but they are absolutely doubled towards, going towards the patients, the programs, and so forth, and raising awareness and all of that good stuff. If you're looking for more information, zerocancer.org. I'm going to be chiming in between runs here and there, but I don't want to hold up too much today since we're a little behind. I'll be kind of chiming in with more information, but if you go to our Tiltify page, you can donate there. Anyone who does donate, thank you so much. We do have a couple of prizes as well. I believe we're giving out two $25 gift cards to the Zero store, which has plenty of really cool swag, apparel, accessories, all that good stuff. Feel free to check it out. But that goes to two of the donors from today. And it looks like we had another donation come in. Snarfy and Ark with a $50 donation. Thank you so much for your contribution towards the cause.
Snarfy.
Everything.
Arky,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Bob Billins still atop the charts though with his $100 donation from earlier. Can anybody beat him out? We'll have to see. But thank you everyone so much again. I'm gonna be I'll be chiming in and out between the runs with some more information. But I'm going to be in chat all day long, so if you have any questions, anything regarding prostate cancer, regarding Zero, reach out to me. Everything donated today is hugely appreciated. And Xantoman with the $3 donation, thank you very much as well. Appreciate it, everyone. Looking forward to the rest of the runs.
All right, everybody. That was just a brief little setup there, but we should be about good to go here. I think I'm ready. I hope I'm ready. I mean, I'm never ready when it comes to this. I am never. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to do the thing. With a little bit of luck here, hopefully we'll get through in a reasonable amount of time. But welcome to what is going to be Mega Man 5 Buster Only. My least favorite game of all time, not just my least favorite Mega Man. Unpopular opinion, but I think this is the worst game ever. Give me Virtual Highlight all day over this. But here we are, and we're going to do it. So let's start it up. And let's get into the first stage here. So first up, we got Crystal Man stage with, which with a little bit of luck, we won't see any of it. You hush, crabs. You hush. We're gonna intentionally take a whole bunch of damage here, get our energy down all the way so that one hit will be enough to kill us here, and we're gonna hopefully frame perfectly, pixel perfectly spawn this next enemy here, and we did not. We're gonna have to give it another go. This is a very difficult trick. It can be made consistent, but essentially what we're doing is we're trying to die on the frame that next enemy spawns on, and what happens is this enemy spawns over the course of 2 frames. The first frame spawns the body, the second frame spawns the head. You want to stop that head from spawning. I stopped the body from spawning. We're already far behind here. This is not how practice went, but this is of course how the run always goes. Not having any lives left, I had no choice but to reset. Otherwise, if I would have got the skip, we would have gotten game over and it wouldn't have been a skip. So, yeah, fun times. But at any rate, once we get this going, what we're going to see is none of the rest of the stage except the boss fight itself. This is probably the best thing about Mega Man 5, if there was something that I had to point out, is that, well, you get to skip a stage. Oh my god, I can't do it. I can't do it! You know, in practice, I got this right the first try, the second try, the fourth try, the fifth try, the sixth try. It's those marathon nerves, and if we don't get it, we might actually do the stage, but I don't expect to do the stage. That's a very, very rare thing that never happens. However, here we are on 2 resets, and I still can't do it. You wouldn't believe I practiced this, but I did. I really did. This is just that difficult of a thing to get consistent like that. We got one more set of tries that we'll go for, and if we don't get it, we're doing the stage, and hopefully I remember the stage. It's been actual years since I've seen the stage, but I digress. If we gotta do it, we will do what we gotta do, and we will make it work, and it'll be just fine. And then we can complain about everything else in the game after we get out of this stage. Alright, it's not happening. It's just not happening. It is just not happening. So what we're looking for is we're looking for that enemy that I spawn when I die, this guy here. We're looking for his body to spawn, but not his head, and that'll tell us that we got it. But we're just not getting it, and that's just how cursed this game's run is going to be today. Oh boy, I remember this. So we gotta wait for these things. They're somewhat random, but when they drop one, they can't drop another one until it gets off the screen. So that's not too terrible to get through. We'll definitely take that extra life there. Thank you, Eddie. So yeah, we're just gonna move on through the crystal stage here like, not normal. Oh no! This is terrible. This is not what we want to see. Wow. I might end up having to do something almost illegal here just to get through this. Oh my! Come on now. This is literally what my biggest fear was about this run, was the skip would just not work because reasons, despite my practice, or maybe it's because of my practice, I don't know. But that was definitely my biggest fear of this run. And unfortunately, here we are. Thank you, Eddie, for yet another one up. I will hopefully not need it. But yeah, like I mentioned, we don't normally see this stage. Like, I don't even exactly have good strategies established for this because we skip this. We always skip this. But we're not allowed today. It is what it is. We're about halfway through. We'll be okay. Oh! Okay, there we go. I remember, yeah, there it is. We get an E-tank at least for not skipping the stage, so there is that. There's definitely benefit. It's minor, but it's there. So here's where I begin to complain that I can't mash my enemies down that are in front of me. Uh-oh, I don't remember this. Okay, cool, we're safe. Enemies in this game All of them. They have iframes. Like, mashing is rendered useless, essentially, in this game, and it's very unfortunate, but, where was my slide? I got no health. I'm gonna die again. This is the worst Mega Man 5 run ever. Let's go. I'm just gonna die. There's nothing to be done about it. There's nothing to be done about it. I'm going to die. So I'm gonna just take that death in stride, and we're gonna just go with it. And it's gonna be fine. Alrighty. Used up all the luck during practice, absolutely, 100%. Every last bit of it gone during practice. I did actually have a little bit of decent luck during practice. My worst stage went pretty well. Ugh. Where do I start with the control problems? So this game has issues where you can't, like, turn and fire at the same time. It has issues where you can't charge and slide. It has issues where if you take damage, you lose your charge shot. Enemies have iframes. Like, bosses normally do, that's fine, but enemies have iframes. There's so much about this game that goes against the very foundations of the franchise and everything that they worked to expand in Mega Man 3 and 4. They just decided, you know, that stuff doesn't matter for 5. We don't worry about that for 5. Alright, so next up we're gonna go into Gravity Man's stage, and there's as you would imagine, there's some gravity gimmicks in this stage. They like to flip the gravity upside down on us here periodically, and we also have to either charge at smart times or get hit at dumb times, or at least spread our shots out if we can't manage a charge shot, because again, the enemies have iframes. The standard enemies, they get iframes. We can't just mash them down. We're not that lucky. But that's okay. No big deal. So come through, take a little damage, come on down here and start our charge, which was a little late, but that's okay. Take those guys down real quick. Oh, wasn't charged. Hopefully I'll charge for that. There we go. Okay, here we go. This section is not difficult, but it can be hard to go through quickly, especially when you haven't done a whole lot of practice lately. But it's not too bad. It's mostly the upside down sections. Like for there, I have to press up instead of down in order to do my slides and stuff. So it's like, it's not really that bad, but it's different enough that if you're not careful, you will make mistakes. So here we got Gravity Man. He's gonna flip the gravity off and on. There's not really any RNG to this fight. It's pretty standard. It's pretty much the same way every time. On that one cycle there, I wasn't able to get a full charge, but I'll pretty much always be able to get a full charge, and it equally doesn't matter because bosses, they have an exact amount of health that if you hit them with all charge shots, they end up with 1 health left at the end, so it kind of works out perfectly. Finishing fairly close to center, just like all of the other Mega Man games. Well, most of the other Mega Man games, not literally all. Some of them it doesn't matter, but this one it matters. You want to be as close to center as you can get, because otherwise you lose time for Mega Man moving on over. I don't remember who's next, so Napalm it is. Let's go. Alright, here we're going through Napalm Man's stage. We got a bunch of tigers in the beginning here. We're gonna let most of them go right over us, but we're gonna definitely... Oh, okay, cool. That was kind of hard to even try to talk about during it, but basically shooting or moving or daring to exist will trigger those tigers, and there's a particular movement pattern I was going for, but it didn't work out. And I forgot to charge here, and I didn't land my shot anyway. So it's okay. Alright, got just a few more of these guys. Another little helicopter guy. As long as our movement's good, he shouldn't bonk us, and we are good. Hello, Eddie. Eddie with the weapon energy. Thanks for nothing. Moving on, we got these guys that like put their arms up briefly to block when they first appear, and then they shoot missiles, and we mostly ignore them and move along without a care in the world. So let's go. Alright, and some missiles. Whoops, I was trying to charge, and that was not the move to be making there. Tons of lag on that section, no big deal. Now here's the hardest execution, but we got it. Okay, that little there's something about the nuance of that little jump there and what you're making your thumbs do to get that shot off at the right time and get the jump happening at the right time and not waste time. It's hard to explain, but if you tried to do it, trust me, it takes a little while to get it down. Alright, so now we got Napalm Man, who will mostly just throw these bombs at us. If we get distance between us like you start out with, then he'll actually go back into this missile move, like so. And easy peasy. No big deal. Not a perfect fight, but good enough. We're moving along. Hello there, C-Mark. I see you. I see you, sir. Life is treating me okay, you know, ups and downs like expected. I mean, life would be boring if it wasn't that way, am I right? You know, you gotta have your ups to enjoy time, and you gotta have your downs to sit there and reflect, so that you can figure out how best to move forward. It is what it is. Overall, I'm happy. Let's go Gyro next, since I can't remember my order and I don't have my splits on screen. I just have the standard timer that's right there. And thank you very much for the donation as well, Mark. We are getting near the $400 mark. Can we hit it before this run ends? You know, that is something that will make having to deal with this game worth it, in my opinion. Oh, that major mistakes were just made. I might die. That's how major these mistakes are. That's how major it was. Oh, yep, there it is. I could not recover from it. I just couldn't, and he doesn't pick up his shield often enough, so... Yeah, those enemies there, you saw I was like sliding towards them. If you get close enough to them, you can shoot right through their shield. But once a bullet tinks, that's it. You can't do that anymore. There we go. That's a lot more like it. That's what we were supposed to see there. Alrighty. Oh, not alrighty. Here we go. Habitual charge. Not supposed to be charging because it just makes extra lag and there's no benefit to it. We just slide right off that and get onto these little platforms here, and now we want to charge because we got these guys right here, and we're going to continue charging because we've got a turret, and I don't know, oops, I don't know what to call it, but that guy, one of those things. Oh no. I have messed up everything. I'm dead. This is going worse than practice. This is actually going considerably worse than practice. I might not be able to finish this run. At this rate, I might legitimately not be able to finish this run. This is abysmally bad. Like, practice was pretty rough, but this is a whole nother level of just oof, gross, disgusting. Everything is so tight here. This stage is probably the second hardest, I would say, of the 8 Robot Masters. This stage here, it's something. Of course, here we go. Yeah, this is how this is going, huh? You see why I love this game? Oh yeah, it's fantastic. I hate this game. I'm literally only running this because we had a last minute dropout, and this was the closest thing I had to a similar estimate. I didn't want to shift everybody's runs over too poorly, but it's looking like I really just might not get through it. Oh, come on, Mega Man, jump! You know how. I hit the button, you do the thing, you know, come on. It's okay. We're gonna keep trying. We're gonna keep trying. As long as we don't end up like 10 minutes behind, something like that, we should be good. But we might. We might. At a certain point, I might just have to throw in the towel on this one. Don't worry. The next run that I have won't be quite like this. my X6, I have been practicing more than just a practice run. And some save state practice, like more than that. Alright. It'll go significantly better than this. I didn't expect this to go this badly, especially based on practice, but you know, you can only deal with what you got. So if we end up like this, we just end up that way. Oh no. Don't miss the shot. Okay, we got a bunch of these guys over here. As long as my movement's good, and it was, we can sneak right in under that bullet, bonk our head a couple times to fall faster. That's a very common thing in the NES Mega Man games. If you bonk your head on a ceiling, you fall faster. Mega Man's got a way of reaching his peak velocity slowly while falling, and bonking your head on a ceiling will get you there faster. I gotta admit, I did not expect him to stand there. I expected a very, very rude Gyro Man there, but at any rate, he is down. So yeah, like you saw, sometimes he'll stay down, sometimes he won't. If he lifts off, you hit him anyway. If he doesn't, the idea is to try to get that full charge for that three damage hit. And you'll see a similar thing with Stone Man in a little bit, where he jumps around, and if he does the high jump, you just hit him on his way down. Don't bother going for the full charge, but otherwise you try. You just try. It's the best you can do, is just try, right? So yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do Stone Man stage next here, just to get it out of the way. It does have one of the most satisfying rooms in this game, but it's only if you do everything absolutely perfectly, and you're not gonna. I'm definitely not gonna. But we are gonna go for it anyway. Okay, blast that guy. Missed my jump. At least I got that shot. We'll grab the health and go. Okay. Here we go. Release that shot to take that guy out, because we don't have time for him and his shenanigans. Same with that one right there. Oh, nice. We get a 1-up Mega Man 5 reference. That's another interesting... Well, I guess it's not that interesting, but it's a fun little thing we like to say is Mega Man 5 reference, because for some reason Mega Man 5 just like really dishes out the 1-ups. It just really likes to dish those out. You kill enemies, you kill 4 enemies, you get 3 1-ups. Like, that's just a Mega Man 5 thing. Nobody really knows why. I think Mega Man 4 actually does it too, but it's called Mega Man 5 reference. Ooh, I got my double shot there. This is that room, by the way, that really satisfying one, where if you do it right, and so far I am. Oh, nope, bonked. If you do it right, it's very satisfying. But you don't do it right, something will go wrong almost every time. There's a lot of precision there. It's honestly too much to even try to talk about while it's going on, but the gist of it is we're walking to charge, we're sliding to get close enough faster, and we're just really hoping to get our shot in by jumping at the right time and distance. That Met there kind of screwed us over just a little bit, but not a big deal. Those little jumping Mets that pop out, they're kind of tough to hit. They're unpredictable, and they're just, generally speaking, they're tough to hit. So here we go, Stone Man. He's going to start off with Power Stone, and I jumped to compensate for it, but I didn't get the hit anyway. All right, so we're going to watch him. He's going to do some jumping. If he does low jumps, we're going to charge. If he does high jumps, we're just going to hit him. And so far, we're lucking out, and we're just charged anyway for his high jumps, but hopefully you'll see one. No, you won't see one. Alright, well then, never mind. Maybe on the refights. Maybe on the refights we'll see one. He'll end up doing a high jump, I almost said tall, a high jump, when you're hoping for him to do a short jump, and you just don't get the time to charge, and you just smack him on his way down. It's just the fastest you can go, but we actually had some pretty good RNG from him, despite missing that first shot. Not too bad. Not too bad. Let's go down the line here. We got Charge Man next, because I don't want to do Star Man just yet, and Wave Man is last, and it's the only thing I remember about my own route, because I am somebody who has very, very obvious and struggles with memory. Let's just put it simple. I have some very big struggles with memory, but it's very easy to jog my memory visually, which is the only reason I'm capable of doing speedruns. I see what's on the screen and I go, oh yeah, this part, we do this here. Not even joking. It's not, I know what's coming up next. No, I have no idea what's coming up next. I see it and react to it like it's the first time. And just kind of go, oh yeah, we do this here. Like here, I messed up. We're going to despawn that mouse. A little bit slow, but we got it. That charge shot helps us take out that chicken. That charge shot for that mouse. And we weren't quite charged, so this chicken's going to take an extra couple of shots. It is what it is. Alright, let's go. And I was slow. If you're fast enough, you won't take damage from that mouse there, but I didn't quite have it. And you see there, I hit that mouse with 2 bullets, 2 lemons, but he didn't care. He didn't care because the standard enemies all have iframes in this game for whatever reason. Can't imagine why they thought that was a good idea, but they did. Where's the shot fired? There, okay. Alright, sweet. Last enemy, and we are good to go. Moving on to the boss. Yeah, imagine remembering stuff. Can't be done. Cannot be done. Alright, we got our first shot. That's just 1 damage because it's a partial charge, and now we're going to struggle with not being able to turn and fire. I don't care what anybody says. This game does drop inputs, particularly when you're on the ground. So we've got a lot of time. We're supposed to be walking to charge, but I'm taking damage instead, and I'm sliding around to try to get away from the guy a little bit. Charge Man is actually just not behaving very nicely, but it's okay. We're through it. We're through him. He is down. You'll find that a lot of the bosses in this game, it's kind of weird. At least for Buster Only. I don't know what any percent is like, but for Buster Only, you just end up kind of walking back and forth with them a lot because, again, you can't charge while you're sliding. And that's just how it is. You can't charge while sliding. You lose your charge easily. You can't turn and shoot. It's loaded with issues. It's loaded with issues, and that's why it drives me nuts, and I don't like the game and don't usually play it much, besides the fact that pretty much most of my speedrunning in Mega Man games, like I speedrun 24 Mega Man games, right? Most of it is about Triple M, which is all 24 of them in a single sitting. And that is the only reason I play this game. Otherwise, I swear, I would not play this game. I would not know this speedrun. And I would be even worse at it than I am right now. Mega Man 4 is the superior Buster Only run for sure. 4 is my favorite of the NES series. So, to talk about what's going on the screen here, we got a bunch of these Mets here. We got a stage that's taking place more or less in outer space, as far as I can tell. It kind of looks like it's in outer space. This is definitely Starman's stage, low gravity stage here. Oh boy, okay, we got it. We'll just jump right over him. We don't care about that guy. We don't have time for him and his shenanigans. We'll take out a Met or 2 along the way. Ooh, another one up. Oh boy, I sure hope I don't need it. Another one. Mega Man 5 reference at its fullest here. Peak Mega Man 5 reference. Here's an opportunity to talk about another thing in Mega Man 5 that I don't like. You notice we hit screen transitions when you hit the doors here in particular, like you got no choice, you hit a screen transition, right? Well, in Mega Man 5, if you slide into a screen transition, for whatever reason, your slide will not continue on the next screen. You will have to start a brand new slide immediately. And by the way, here's Woodman again. We saw him earlier in Jochi's run. Now we're seeing him again. It's just Woodman, but he jumps a little more and doesn't throw leaves. That's all Starman is. And even though in Mega Man 3 they solved the issue with being able to shoot through the shield, in Mega Man 5 they just left it open. You can just sneak in, put your buster through the shield, blast him. No big deal. Easy fight, easy boss. Let's go. Let's see, we only got one Robo left here, and that's gonna be Waveman. Waveman is a weird stage, but not an incredibly difficult stage. You'll see. It starts off fine enough, you know. You just got some things to avoid theoretically, but we don't avoid them because we want to go fast, so we just take that damage and go. And before we know it, this stage is going to drastically change its pacing and its tone, and everything about it is just going to be different. I waited for that guy hoping not to take the damage. Now we're at risk, but, you know, we have 10 million lives, so this is okay. Gotta do a little musical buster, it's required. Alright, the run is valid, let's go. Little joke Mega Man 5 runners like to make, Buster only runners as well. We like our musical buster, but in the case of Mega Man 5, that spot there, we all just do our thing. Now here, I had to remember not to jump out of any of my slides, or I could have actually soft locked the game. That would be pretty terrible, but yeah, here's where the stage drastically takes a shift here. I mean, it's still obviously a water stage. In fact, it's finally obviously a water stage, while we're pointing out the obvious. And it's very much an auto-scroller, but interestingly enough, it all takes place on just this one little tiny screen that's literally one screen long. Everything's just scrolling by and things are spawning. And then we get this little mid-boss here, who does have iframes, so like, even though I'm doing a little bit of a mash there, it's not all of my shots are really counting. So there's just no good way of getting through that quickly, unfortunately. But fortunately, we're almost done with this segment. This is the last of this segment here, and once we get off of this boat, this wave rider they call it, we'll be ready to face the boss, who is excessively easy. As long as you know the trick anyway. Let's see, should we collect the letter? Yeah, we'll collect the letter. We'll get that E. We're not gonna get beat, but we're gonna get E. We have gone over $400, I've noticed. We have hit $420 so far received. Thank you very much, everybody, for your support. Very, very, very heavily appreciated. Alright, let's get that charge and go on in here. So here we go. We got Wave Man. We're gonna fire Charge Shot right away, and he's gonna miss us with his one of only 2 attacks. The gist of it is, as long as you're not moving, typically he won't hit you with that wave that, or whatever you want to call it, that comes out of the floor there, that little water spout. Typically he won't hit you with it, and all he does is he does the water spout thing, he shoots an arrow, you jump over the arrow, you kill the boss, you move on to the next set of stages. Wave to the man, he's going down, bye! Alrighty, so now we are going to move on to the Proto Castle here. No more stage select. We are done with it. We are done with stage select. Proto Castle, here we come. Some of the worst stages almost ever. We're going to shoot that guy. We're going to charge up for this tiger here. We got a couple of flying dudes and tigers and things, and oh, that was close. So he knocked me back enough to respawn himself there. That was very dangerous. Let's see if I get the shot. I got the shot. Charge it. Go. All right. We're looking good. I don't think I need to charge anymore. Alright, trigger this guy here, and whoop, not supposed to get hit there, but here's where we're going to see one of the first violations of Buster Only, because you can't reach that ladder any other way, and there's a number of things you can't reach any other way. So Buster Only, much like POW%, anybody who was here earlier for Bull's POW% run, it's got exceptions to its own rule. There are things you simply cannot do with just the Buster alone, and so you just make do, you know. You do what you can, and you fudge what you can't. But, thankfully this game, it doesn't have too awful many exceptions to the Buster Only rule, so we should be doing pretty good here. We're coming up towards the end of the stage. We got some Yokus that I don't have memorized. I feel like I should. There we go. Okay. These ones I know we wait. There it is. And excuse me. I can't reach my mute button. Oh no. Everything that can go wrong. It's gonna. Alright, we actually got the hit this time. Oddly enough, when you get that shot, somehow you don't get hit by those guys. I don't know what makes that happen, but they just circle around you and they're jerks, and whenever I miss that shot, I get hit a bunch by them. But this guy, he just kind of creeps towards you a little strangely here. Oh, I didn't get my, my turn and shoot there. Wow, I shot him and he didn't shoot me back. Alright, well, let's just take him down. Alright, so normally with the bosses in these games, I was saying, normally you want to be in the center of the screen, but however, after the 8 robos, it doesn't matter, and it's actually better if you just stand still the instant you kill them, because all those little explosion particles, they cause lag, and Mega Man moving around and being animated in addition to all that going on and already causing lag, you guessed it, it causes more lag. So, actually, all these castle bosses, you're better off just completely letting go of the controller. I mean, you can put it down if you want. Uh-oh, I can't get my jump in between there. But, yeah, it turns out to be faster to just leave it be. Mega Man doesn't bother going back to the center. There we go, we got a super arrow. We'll see, I think, 2 more? I think there's 2 more super arrows in this run. They normally will carry you forward at great speed and then stick onto a wall, but this is Buster only. We don't want to abuse that speed buff. We just want to utilize them as much as we're required to in order to progress, so we stick them right on the wall and go right up instead of that. So, no big deal, but it is something we got to be aware of. Oh, good, more 1-ups. You know, I was really getting concerned that I didn't have enough lives for this. Oh, yeah, there we go. We're good. We got enough lives finally. 50 of them ought to do, right? Alright, here comes one of my least favorite sections. And it's my least favorite because I can never quite figure out how to kill 2 of these guys with 1 charge shot. I've seen it done. I can never manage to do it, and it just always ends up really ugly like that, so whatever. We're through. I wouldn't normally go for it, but I'm gonna grab this extra health here. It is gonna waste time, but I'm not feeling too confident, so we're gonna play it a little bit safer. Be sure to grab that health. Take out all these tigers. Last one. Alright, cool. Now we got... honestly, my favorite boss of the castle bosses. I just call him walkies because that's pretty much the fight. You go on a walk. Whoops. You can shoot through his shield when you're close enough. Otherwise, you just gotta wait for the shields to come together. No big deal. Nice and easy. You just walk him around. You just walk him around the arena, charging your Buster and plugging the shots into him. Nice and easy peasy. All right, next stage. This one's a little bit tougher. Especially because I don't have it very well memorized. I think I did it right. I did. We squeezed in under that helicopter guy there. That's the tough thing to do on that first screen, is to squeeze under the helicopter guy without getting murdered for it. Mega Man, jump, please. Yeah, this game that totally doesn't drop inputs. You can see my input display. That's built into the emulator, so like the input's getting to the game. It's confirmed, it's getting there, right? I hit jump about 6 or 7 times there before he actually jumped. I'm sorry, the game eats inputs. It does. There are specific circumstances in which it does these things, but it does do these things. That is a risky jump there, but pulled it off. Not even the way I usually would. Okay, here's one of our super arrow segments here. We need one to reach this ledge here, because Mega Man just can't quite jump high enough to reach that. And here we got a weird little section where we've got like this Super Mario World style snake block here. And I want this E-Tank very badly. And I'm getting it, so that's that. We've got it. Uh-oh, missed that. We take that very dangerous D-boost there to slide across the spikes. That helps us pick up just a little tiny bit of time. Otherwise, you got to do those slow jumps, and, well, slow jumps aren't fun. That right there was the most dangerous jump in the game. Kind of surprised that worked out so smooth, to be completely honest. We'll just wait on this guy, and we'll just go. We don't need that E-Tank because we got the one earlier. That is literally the difference, too. It's just like, if you get that earlier E-Tank, you don't need that one. If you don't get it, you might want it, just in case. There's another safety E-Tank or two a little bit further in the run as well. Alright, let's go ahead and start charging it on up. So this guy is pretty random what he'll do in the beginning. He may jump. We don't want him to. He did. No big deal. But after that, we're just kind of stuck here with him, and I watch his animation, and I jump when his little yellow circle starts flashing. That way I don't get caught by those donuts there, because those donuts will ruin your day. They freeze you completely in place, even if you're in the air. They'll freeze you right in the air, too. And they freeze you for quite a while. It's possible to come out of it without taking damage, but it takes long enough that you're probably going to take damage, so you just don't want it. You just don't want it. You just bait and switch, and it's not a big deal at all. However, this stage, well, there's no good way to put it. This stage sucks. It's thankfully very short, but it's terrible. It's terrible. If anything doesn't go right, ooh, and everything went right. We got the good cycle there. Let's go. Let's get charged up. And here we go. Boss room already. But wait, that's just Proto Man. He's been our friend ever since we beat him a bunch of times in Mega Man 3. What's going on here? He was supposed to be our friend. There. Oh, wait. That's Proto Man. That one's not wearing a scarf. That's how we know it's not him. Now we grab our loser tank and, continue on to the boss fight. So this guy is like somewhat of a weird amalgamation of some of the earlier castle stage bosses, but not really. He's really weird and he shouldn't exist. He fires his his little 3-burst lemon thing there, and he's got his shields, and that's him. That's just what he does. Alright, so this one, we want to get over here, because this is where Mega Man moves to at the end of this. No matter where you're at, he'll move here. So if you're already there, we were a pixel off, but whatever. You're already there, you save a little bit of time again. And we get a message from a mysterious voice. We've gone through the Dark Man Proto Man castle here, and oh my god, it was Wily all along? Who would have thought? Wily! For the 5th time! In a row! Surely he would never do it 6 times, except, oh, we already saw Mega Man 6 and he did it there too. Is it ever not Wily? We have to think about that. Is it ever not Wily? Oh yeah, when it's Sigma. When it's Sigma, it's not Wily. That's right. That's right. That's how it works. I remember now. Gasp! Shock! Oh my! Dismay. Dismay, dismay, oh how there is dismay in May. Alright, so we found out it's Wily. We're going to the Wily Castle. We got 4 more stages here, because we're never done with them. We're never done with any of this. We're going to go ahead and ignore those very helpful items in the first room, and just move right along. We got a couple of little red guys here that like to throw green balls. They're almost useless, but, you know, they're there, they're in the way. And we can't charge while sliding, so we walk through nice and slow and take them down. I didn't mean to fire that, but it happened. Alright, we got a double there. Okay, to the ladder. The ladder. I believe, I could be mistaken, I think that's the last super arrow that we have to use, though it's not the last thing that we have to use. It is the last super arrow, possibly, unless I'm forgetting one. Again, me and memory don't really get along very well, so it's pretty likely I'm forgetting something. Alright, now we've got our Mega Man 4 reference here. We've got the Crusher. The Crusher. It's really lame. Oh, I called it lame and it took my slide. I almost got killed for calling it lame. Literally just destroy a whole bunch of blocks here. Move on through. No big deal. Not a fun section, but not a terrible one either. We got just a couple more little turrets and things. If I could set this up right, we'll get... Alright, we got the kills there. I don't think we need to charge anymore if this is the boss I think it is, and it's always the boss I think it is, isn't it? Oh, it is. We don't need to charge to come into the fight because we gotta use these platforms first, then we charge. And we always like to go for our double hits when possible. They're not always possible, but we do our best. See? Just like that. Just wasn't possible that time. There we go. But yeah, this is all this is. He just fires these things down on us, and we shoot his platforms and use them as platforms, and hope for the best. And there it is. Easy peasy. Next stage, please. I'm just looking at the time here and just thinking of how of what the best way to approach the rest of this might be. I think we might actually skip the refights just to save a little bit of time because of how far we are behind schedule. We might actually skip the refights. I don't know. How does chat feel about that? How does chat feel about skipping the refights? That'll be the only thing we skip, but gotta go fast, 9P says. We could do that. We could load a save state and go straight to the final stage instead of doing refights. Or we could at least do the Wily Press. How about that? We'll skip the refights themselves, but we'll do the Wily Press in the final stage. Arrow skip go, if only. For anybody not familiar with the game's any percent run, this is something I do actually know about it. In any percent, you can use Super Arrow, and there's apparently a way with Rush Jet as well, but you can literally skip most of the refights. I think you just have to do one. Oh, is that good enough? That was good enough. We skipped through the back. Good. You do one of them, and you literally just skip right on through. I'm gonna grab this health to be safe. We're gonna apparently hit that mouse because reasons. And here we have another exception to Buster Only, where we just kind of jump this guy. Uh-oh, I was a little slow there. That was my fault. Boss rush skip is an instant yes. I think it's a good idea. I think that's the best way to approach the situation that we have at the moment. So here we have a boss. I just call him the Circle Jerk because he's a circle and he's a jerk. And that's pretty much his whole shtick. Is he's just round and he's just annoying and takes up entirely too much of the screen and always does what you don't want him to do. Actually a really difficult boss, but managed to take him down first try there. Got some okay patterns. Definitely not the ideal, but close enough. Close enough that we can just accept it for what it is. Alrighty, Wily Stage 3. That's it. That's the whole stage. So we're gonna skip the refights themselves, but we're still gonna traverse the path to them to show you how long this stage is. Alright, so we're there. we're there. And what we're going to do is we are going to load up as quickly as I can here. We're going to load up a save state. And oh my god, look, the refights are done, everybody. We're so good at this. Let's go. All right. Into the Wily Press. This is not the final boss, but this is the one right before it here. I think we're in good enough shape. We should be able to manage this. So this guy, he just kind of goes back and forth a bunch. He's basically got a 3, a 6, or a 9 movement pattern. And you want the 3s, of course, because that gets things going along faster. Ooh, I didn't even notice him stopping there. You want the 3s because he'll stop sooner and bring everything up faster. That is a very strange position. I don't like that position, Wily. But I mean, this is it though. This is the fight. He goes back and forth like an idiot. He gave us a 3. Let's go. It's probably the only one we're gonna get. He goes back and forth like a dum-dum, and you gotta make a decision on which way to go to avoid him and just get that hit in. You can only get the 1 as far as I'm aware. I have messed with some strategies, and I feel like getting an extra lemon in may be possible, but it's not something that you'll ever do consistently as far as I'm concerned. But at any rate, here you have a good example of what I was talking about earlier, where if you hit all charge shots, they're left with 1 health at the end. Yeah, that's the situation we're in. Alrighty, so that is Wily 3. We got Wily 4 to go, and that is pretty much just the boss fight. It's a very short stage, and then the final boss, which is a 2-phase boss fight, and it is awful. If you're not convinced yet that Mega Man 5 is bad based on everything else I've said and shown so far, wait till you see the second phase of this fight. Alright, we're not even going to charge. Oh, missed it. Trying to hit the laser here is what we're aiming for. Let's see. 1, 2. Oh, I went just a hair early there. We like to do the reverse deboost there so that we don't have to deal with that enemy. And here we go. We got the Wily Machine, who wants to start off with missiles, apparently. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. And he just kind of goes back and forth like this. You shoot him and he comes towards you. He'll randomly try to suck you in. He'll randomly throw blue balls at you. He'll randomly give you missiles. He does what he wants, essentially. We're going to go ahead and take an E-Tank here for safety, and we're going to try to get an extra shot in. I'm going to look at the health bar to gauge when to jump. We got it. Okay, so this guy sucks. Look at that. There's nothing we can do on that cycle. There's nothing we can do. He has a lot of places he can potentially spawn, and if I'm getting the numbers right, I believe 67.5% of them are outside of your reach, or at least where you're going to be. There we go. We actually got a nice double hit. That is the nice thing about this boss. If you're doing what I'm doing here, you can actually time it just right. 3 jumps right here. 1, 2, 3. If he appears on you, it's not so great, but you can actually get 2 charge shots off on him because for whatever reason, your second charge will be fast. That was not a second charge, that was a half charge, only 1 damage, but you kind of get the point. If you're lucky, you can deal 6 damage per cycle, but you're not lucky. Oh, just a hair too long there. So thankfully, and I don't want to curse myself, but thankfully Wily is pretty much behaving right now. Not the worst. Not the worst, and there he goes up top. We're a hair overestimate at this point, but I blame Wily for this. We did what we could, you know? We did what we could. Look at him. Look at him. He just doesn't want to come down. He's not interested in the least. He doesn't want to come down and get hit. He knows what'll happen if he comes down. He's not stupid. I mean, he is, but he's also not. And you notice most of the time when he comes down, he's just like, oh, where are you standing, Mega Man? That's where I'm gonna be. Yeah, that's the one. I am doing my best to try to wrap this up here. I'm just not allowed. I'm just not allowed. This fight is awful. This is such a terrible thing. This is such a terrible thing. Like this doesn't deserve to exist. Sorry, not sorry. There it is. 49-36. We're gonna take that. It just is what it is. So yeah, there's Mega Man 5 Buster only. I hate it. But it's done. And we won't have to ever play this again for at least a couple more months. Yeah. So I hope y'all enjoyed it. I will be back later on with some X6 Buster only. I mean, I'm gonna be here all night, obviously, but you know what I mean. We'll be back later with some X6 Buster only, but we are gonna be getting ready for Mr. Bob Billins' run. I see you there in the chat, Bob. I hope you're ready, and I apologize for the delay. I hope it's not gonna be a big deal, but at any rate, thank you again, everybody, for coming out and for all the support. $420 raised so far out of our goal, and that's quite a bit, honestly. Like, seriously, you guys are coming together, and it's a beautiful thing, and we're gonna help kick some cancer ass. So, at any rate, I'm gonna bring us over to intermission here, where up next is me. No, it's not. I'm gonna be working on that stuff in the background here. But we'll get some music going, and we will get the next run set up. Bear with us, folks, while we sort things out. Next is not me. It's not me. I promise.
Going to step in for a second and say thank you to our last few donors. We had C-Mark, $10, Kirill, if I'm not saying that correctly, 32, and K-Shield coming in just now at the $49.36 donation. Thank you all so much for your contribution. Remember, every donation today, the last day of Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, is doubled. So definitely a great time to get involved with the cause. Thank you all so much for helping us during these times. Let's try and hit $500 during Bob's run if possible. Thank you to everyone for joining us, of course. We'll be here throughout the day. Looking forward to seeing the rest of the runs.
All right, everybody, we are back. Sorry for the brief delay there. We're doing our best to catch up on the schedule here as we move forward. We got Bob Billings coming up next with Mega Man 1 doing a glitchless yet corrupted run. Bob will be able to tell you more about that when he gets started, but basically he's going to corrupt things pretty early on, and then after that point he's not going to utilize any more glitches or anything. Things are going to be really weird and hard to look at, but Bob's going to know what he's doing. He's going to know where he's at, and hopefully all will be good. So let's go ahead and turn it over to Bob. Basically, he's going to corrupt things pretty early on, and then after that point, he's not going to utilize any more glitches or anything. Things are going to be really weird and hard to look at, but Bob's going to know what he's doing. He's going to know where he's at, and hopefully all will be good. So let's go ahead and turn it over to Bob.
All right, everyone. Thank you for coming to this. This is my first time really streaming much of anything, so I thank you for your patience, and with that, we'll begin. So, this glitch is totally random, so of what happens, I'll be there in a moment, but so we're gonna get to the end of this screen, and we'll be triggering a glitch that's just known as the Iceman glitch. I'm gonna be giving it about 3 tries, because more often than not, it just resets the game. And if it doesn't work, I'm just gonna load a save state where it worked. So you're gonna go over here, where that power-up spawns on the side. You're going to wiggle back and forth as fast as you can. You'll see that things are looking very funky. As I said, it's completely random, and sometimes nothing happens at all. You'll see up here that there's some glitched tiles. There'll be times where it can spawn the wave from Wily 3. Alright, I'm gonna reset. Because sometimes just nothing happens at all. Sometimes it'll spawn the Yellow Devil. And occasionally it'll just completely end the level, which is what we want. And that's an instance of the game just completely resetting. It's a failsafe with the game that if things like that happen, it doesn't just completely crash the NES. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but I'll give it one more try in the interest of time. You'll see that this enemy is not supposed to be here. Alright, so I'm just going to load the save state. So you'll notice Iceman's already defeated. That's because the glitch completely skips his level. So we're going to start with Gutsman because we want to get the super arm so we can get the Magnet Beam. This is easily one of the most broken items in the entire series, among other things that are very broken in this game. Of course, we're gonna traverse these childhood-killing conveyor belts. So now here's where you'll notice that things are starting to look a little strange. For a lot of the game, it doesn't really affect much, but for the more vertical stages, it definitely starts to make things more challenging. I highly recommend trying this on your own as well, because it's a really fun way to re-experience the game if you're already so used to it and can do it can beat the game pretty easily. So here we have Gutsman, the big guy jumping around. He goes down pretty quickly to the Buster. Like so. And next we'll be going for Cutman. He has killed a lot of my practice runs, surprisingly, given how simple his stage is. So here's a question for y'all. Where did you first play your first Mega Man game? Did you play it on the NES? Did you play one of the re-releases? Did you buy it on the Legacy Collection? I personally started playing the series on my 3DS back in... might have been 2010 or so? Or it might have been like 2013. Okay. Yeah, Mega Man 2 was the big one back then. It was the one that Nintendo really wanted everyone to buy. And rightfully so. It was one of the best designed platformers of its time. And it can be debated nowadays, but I say it still stands pretty well compared to the competition. Yeah, the menus in the original Mega Man games were very interesting. The quick weapon switch was a godsend. Alright, so I'm going to pick this up for safety. And where we're going to be now is one of the points where you can really get messed up. See that ladder down there? That's not actually where that is. It's actually there. And that ladder over there? Even more deceptive. It's over here. And here we have Big Eye, who exists for the sole purpose of taking 1/3 of your health for pretty much no reason. Unless you get really lucky. So we're going to be coming up on Cutman. Of course, rock beats scissors, so he goes down to 2 giant rocks. Next up is one of the less corrupted... No, this one's pretty bad, but generally it's pretty easy to tell where you're going, especially with how many screens are repeated. For example, you'll see this one doesn't get corrupted at all because the previous screen was exactly the same. And enjoy that while you can. That is the only time we'll ever be seeing the disappearing blocks here. Now here we have one of the trickier parts, since we got a leap of faith over here. Nailed it. Well, it's a series of one-tile gaps. Unless you know exactly where and when to jump, you're just going to be taking a plummet. And this is the magnet beam. For anyone who hasn't really played much of this game, this allows you to create your own platforms, which of course in most runs leads to some very comical glitchy shenanigans. Here though, it's more just going to be a way to not deal with stuff like that. You'll have to bear with me since my magnet beam skills aren't exactly great. Unlike something like Rush Jet in Mega Man 3, it doesn't just let you go anywhere you want. You need to understand the timing of it if you want to get the most use out of it. Or at least to do so without using a ton of ammo. Coming up on a Lek-Man. Break out the rolling cutter. Easy. So next we're going to be taking on Fireman. Another relatively complex stage. We'll immediately be making very good use of Thunder Beam, as it's also very broken. Okay, that was a little ugly. Now this screen is just chaos. So I'm not really going to be using the Ice Slasher against Fireman, since anything except the Buster strategy can cause him to become very unpredictable. And if you haven't noticed, if you haven't already noticed, the life bar, it's gone. So I have no way of knowing how close I am to death, as you just saw. And that also includes bosses. But since I'm effectively at full health now, there's not really a risk involved with simply tanking him with Ice Slasher. And finally, we're going after Bomb Man. This stage is relatively straightforward. A lot of repeating enemies, bullets. This is one of those stages where you're probably going to get nailed with like a ton of bullets, but if you know exactly when to move, when to hesitate, you can get through relatively unscathed, like I just did not. We have our first Sniper Joe. Fun fact, if you didn't know, Sniper Joe is weak to the Hyper Bomb. And this is the only stage where he appears. I think you can see the problem. Just another one of the game's very entertaining first game isms. Coming up on the end of the level. Which means we're going to be taking the fight to Wily's doorstep very shortly. And we've got what we know is one of the most annoying sounds on Earth. And we begin Wily 1. So this part is very random, however, if you end up getting some bad patterns, it could mean that the entire stage could become exponentially more difficult. If you freeze them just right, you can even get under them during a short hop. Okay, I messed that up. Now here's a scene where the game gets very devious with the corruption. If you weren't using Magnet Beam, that can get pretty interesting. Also, another thing you may have noticed is that pressing the start button can reload some of the tiles to be what they're supposed to be. And here we have the childhood killer himself, the Yellow Devil. Since this is glitchless, there will be no pause trick being used. We'll see if I can get no damage. No. But nonetheless, the Yellow Devil is a very heavy amount of pattern memorization. While I don't have the entire pattern memorized, I at least know the parts that are necessary. I don't know why I just did that. Okay. Little bit sloppy, but does the trick. Now we're gonna come up on one of the very difficult levels of this run. The Big Run Killer, Wily 2. Or at least it was for me. I'm going to be making quick use of the press start to reload tiles. And we have Cutman 2, Revenge of Cutman. Goes down easy enough. Electman goes down even quicker. And we're out of the danger zone. But the stage has one more thing to throw at us. We have Copy Robot. And we've also got some pretty funky colors going on with the bottom of the screen, half of the screen. Copy Robot always starts by trying to take an immediate pot shot at you while you still think the game is locked. I wasn't sure if it was me or him who died there. And now we're at a much more chill segment, Wily 3. So, this stage is pretty unnecessary. There's... The entirety of the stage is a straight line, followed by an incredibly easy boss. I wouldn't be surprised if this part of the game was unfinished, especially considering how simplistic the tiles are. So you're going to take down 3 of the CWU-01Ps, and then the rest of them can be taken down with the Super Arm. And with that, we're already approaching the end of the game, with Wily 4. We've got this section that is incredibly unfair. But thankfully, you're given the Yasichi right after, which you'll see in a moment. It was a reoccurring Easter egg in many of the Capcom games back then, and even now, still makes some appearances. Completely refills all your health and weapons, which is really useful for the boss refights. Or at least the 4 of them that haven't already been redefeated. Oh wait, you can do this? Huh. I went all of my practices without knowing that. That's... something. Oh, get back! Just goes to show that no matter how many times you play this game, there are still going to be things that you didn't know. And we are at Dr. Wily. You are going to want to stick around for the ending because it is something glorious. Switching to rolling cutter as it's a little safer, given that I don't know my current health. Firestorm is faster here. And that is time. But we're not quite done yet. As I said, the ending is something very worth seeing. You got a raid? Excellent. This is the perfect time to show up. You're in for a treat. It really is beautiful. It just keeps getting better the further it goes. Alright, so that is Mega Man 1. Thank you for having me. I am ready to start up the next game whenever. The next game will be Rockman X3 for the Sega Genesis, a Taiwanese bootleg, so you definitely want to see that.
Maybe if I unmute myself, you'll hear me. I was saying, we'll have Bob right back in a few minutes here. We're just going to do a little bit of setup. And, yeah, we're going to see some X3 on the Sega Genesis. Very strange, something we've never seen before. But, looking forward to it. Hang tight. Okay, we're just about ready here. Bear with us for just a couple more seconds. Just got to send the message along, but we're practically ready to go. Okay, let's take it on over here, and hopefully Bob will be ready any second here. X3 on the Sega Genesis. Who'd have thunk it would exist?
Alright, so this is Rockman X3 for the Sega Genesis. There may be many of you wondering, why is this the Genesis? This wasn't released on the Genesis. That is correct. This is a bootleg from Taiwan, and it is a spectacle. We're going to be starting with Blizzard Buffalo. You'll probably already be noticing some things that are off. One of the first things I want to explain is that if you wall jump and then grab a ladder immediately after, your controls will lock up and you'll plummet to whatever lies beneath, typically a pit of spikes. Another really unique mechanic of this game is that you can only really have one bullet on screen at a time. Either it's because the game doesn't want you to doesn't want to accept your input, or if it's because the bullet you just shot will despawn. So, because of that, it's usually pretty important to keep a charge shot stored up for any enemy that can be killed in one hit. Which is pretty much those rocks, the ball guys with cannons on them. Another thing about this game is the screen transitions. They do nothing. They're only there because the real game did it. If you get hit during a screen transition, it just stops and the game just lets you continue as if it's completely normal. It exists for the sole purpose of wasting time. And here we're at Blizzard Buffalo. I'm attacking with a combination of uncharged lemons and half-charged lemons. Because bosses have no iframes. Next up is the intro stage, which is not played first because... So now we're going through here. Some enemies will just change color. This is the place where Zero normally shows up, but obviously that's a lot of work to program, so why do it at all? Wonder if how many people of you guys have noticed already that I'm playing as First Armor X. Oh yeah, say hi to Mac, everybody. Hi, Mac. And now we've returned to Blizzard Buffalo. Blizzard Buffalo's Revenge. We're going to equip... I forget what this weapon's called. Point is, all the special weapons just do a ton of damage for no reason. There's not really a weakness loop, really. Or at least I never bothered to check. And now we're on Volt Catfish's stage. Yeah, ice beats ice. I used the ice to destroy the ice. And now it's time to introduce another mechanic. You can literally do upward dashes as many times as you want. Volt Catfish's stage goes by pretty quickly. Also, I lied about this being Volt Catfish's stage. This is actually Tunnel Rhino's stage. I played you all for fools. Yep, so this game does not have Blast Hornist or Toxic Seahorse. Instead, Blizzard Buffalo and Tunnel Rhino are used twice. So then you might ask, where's Volt Catfish? You'll see soon enough. Right now we're going after Gravity Beetle. I hope you're enjoying the music. It's got a whopping, like, 3 songs in the game. I also really love the the sprites used in the sky. It reminds me of a Mega Man Maker level that was made in a whole 5 minutes. Oh. That was, So, next we're gonna go after Gravity Beetle. This stage is fairly straightforward. Uh-oh. I have no idea what just happened there. Okay. So sometimes this game just does whatever it wants to. Like, if you get hit during an upward dash, you might as well just die because... Or just fall because you're gonna get stun-locked otherwise. Spark Mandrill sends his regards. At least we get to see this beautiful backdrop again. Alright, we did it this time. Normally in X3 there's an elevator here that'll slowly carry you up here. But, you know, as long as they added an infinite upward dash, why go through that trouble? That's a lot of work. And quite frankly, these poor Taiwanese developers have a lot more Mario games to make, so it's important to cut corners wherever possible. That being said, this is probably still the best Mega Man game to come out of Taiwan. No, would you be surprised if I said it drops more inputs? Now we're gonna go for Volt Catfish, and we go to Volt Catfish's stage. This looks a little familiar, doesn't it? Except this time we have different enemies, and Blizzard Buffalo's theme is playing. One prop I will give this game that X3 doesn't have is that by holding the dash button, it automatically inputs a dash right after your previous one is done, instead of having to rhythmically press the dash button. It makes things a lot easier on my thumbs. It's almost more like a run button. Go right next to X7. You know, if we do another one of these marathons, I will play X7. You can hold me to that. We will be using Gravity Well here, and it's important you don't miss, because of all the things they remembered to program, it was that the Gravity Well stays completely still after you shoot it. Meaning that you're pretty much just completely stuck until it goes away. Unless you, like, switch to Buster. It's just a big mess all around. So, we're on Crush Crawfish stage. Got some lovely graphical corruption happening there. For those of you who missed the Mega Man 1 run, there's no section for blowing up this generator. You just automatically walk through the wall into the vertical section. And that's Crushed Crawfish. We've only got 2 levels left. We're going after Tunnel Rhino, and this time it's actually on Tunnel Rhino stage. This stage is very prone to eating your inputs to drop you into spikes whenever possible, so let's hope that doesn't happen. Also, this stage can just crash. Ooh, just to show you that it's there, this game does actually have heart tanks, and they do work. I'm pretty sure they still respawn even if you go back to them, meaning you can get as many as you want. I don't even know why you need them, because everything in the game only does 1 damage. See, that's a complaint I hear about X3, is that everything does way too much damage early game. So, why not fix that problem by making everything do no damage? This game truly is the monkey's paw of Mega Man X3 complaints. Your eyes hurt? Why? This is just like the original game. Ah! That's the part I was worried about. Alright, we'll come back to that after Wild Tiger. So what happened there was that I hit a screen transition while I was trying to jump over a pit of spikes, and then the screen transition just decided to cancel my jump and send me crashing down. Also, these borders on the screen are just part of the game. I've had it happen in my last attempted run that the trees just corrupt in this section of the level, and I cannot for the life of me figure out why. Pretty much everything else in this game breaks consistently, so I'm not sure why that's an exception. There's something going on here. Alright, now we've reached Wild Neon Tiger. Another thing you might have noticed is that this game takes a page from a book of Mega Man 5 for the Game Boy, and where your weapons don't recharge between levels. Alright, so we're gonna have to come back here to Tunnel Rhino and see if we can actually finish it this time. It's good to see we got some more rated. Alright. Oh no! That's unfortunate. So, the game crashed. So I'll ask you guys this. Do you want me to try again, or do you think that should be the end of it? You guys think that's GG's? Alright, fair enough. Yeah, alright, let's GG this. You've pretty much seen all there is to see. Actually, I think that's the most fitting way this run can end. Alright, well, thank you for having me today. This was a new and fun experience for me. I'm gonna pass it back over to Kame, if that's how it's pronounced. And I hope you all have a good night.
That is indeed how it's pronounced. Thank you very much, Bob, for showcasing Mega Man 1 Corrupted Glitchless and then Mega Man X3 for Sega Genesis. It's a travesty that probably shouldn't exist, but at the same time, I'm really happy that it does. You know, every now and then our eyeballs deserve a nice little weird curse like that. Something that'll make you go, why does this exist? You know why it exists? You know how there's those positive posts people put out and they call it eye bleach? It would be worthless without things like this. So I'm personally thankful for it. But at any rate, next up, we're going to have Jacob Does a Thing playing Mega Man 8 any % with crowd control enabled. So for those of you with your bits ready to go, those bits will go directly to the Tiltify campaign for Zero Cancer. And you can send all kinds of positive or negative effects to Jacob during their run. Just be very careful. Don't send anything until Jacob is in a stage. That is something I can't stress enough with crowd control. If the runner's not in a stage at the time, your effect might be wasted, and there is no way to provide refunds. It is not actually possible. So please be careful about your timing. However, with that said, we're going to start setting it up. Hang tight, folks.
And if you don't mind, I hop in there, Kame. I've been calling you Cammy the whole time, so apologies on the mispronunciation.
Everybody does it.
There.
I let it go.
Yeah, well, we just got another $5 donation. It was anonymous, so whoever that was, thank you very much. And Bob, great runs from you. Appreciate your donation earlier as well. Everyone, we're closing in on the $500 mark. Let's see if we can hit that during the next run. That would be an awesome feat to hit. If you are just joining in and you're not familiar with Zero and prostate cancer, give you a little rundown about what it is. It is a very, very common type of cancer. It's actually the most commonly diagnosed one for men, and it's the second leading cause of cancer death among American men as well. So it's out there, and you might actually know somebody who has it or who did have it before. Early detection is something we preach at Zero. Early detection is and awareness is kind of what I'm aiming for with our live stream division here at Zero, which is pretty new. Getting the awareness out there to get tested for it, talk to your doctor about it. Once you hit your 40s or 50s, very important, especially by the 50s. So if you're looking for more information on that, definitely go to zerocancer.org. And if you're looking to support the cause, I just put !0 in chat to help us out and not even help us out. You're helping the patients out, the people who aren't here to be able to ask for your donations, for your help in their fight against prostate cancer. So a couple of different things as well. Something important at Zero. We have 4 pillars we kind of preach. We do a lot of education and awareness. We do advocacy, health equity, and patient and support programs. Just going to give you a quick rundown of what those entail and what your donations and support is actually going towards, and what Zero preaches as well. On the education and awareness side of things, as I mentioned, if it's caught early, you have a much higher chance of survival, 99% plus chance. But once it gets stages 3 and 4, it significantly drops off. So that's why awareness and education is very important. On the advocacy side of things, Zero actually started as an advocacy company 26 years ago. We do a lot of work with our representatives to provide support to prostate cancer. Funding is what we typically go towards for the government, and removing barriers for screening for men. Health equity, health disparity, something very important. Black men are actually at higher risk for prostate cancer and 2.5 times more likely to get disease. This is just basically due because they have less access to basic care, insurance status, racial biases, and etc. Zero has a big push, a big department for it, for better care across the board for our health equity initiative. If you're looking for more information on that specifically, let me know and I can send a link in chat. And then patient and support programs. If you have a loved one that's had prostate cancer, it's likely they've been in a patient support program. 0360 is our program. Gives support to patients, and this is where your money goes towards to help with things such as driving expenses, all the bills that adds up for them. Imagine with gas prices now, how expensive they are, how expensive they were, how many treatments you have to go to. Those bills add up, and that's what the donations go towards, all sorts of that stuff for these support programs. So definitely a great cause. I'm excited to have everyone here for it and looking forward to the next few runs. Crowd control, I am very thrilled to see what crowd control is all about, and looking forward to getting in on the action with hopefully making some of these runs a little bit very interesting and maybe a little bit more challenging for the runners. So thank you all for being here, and looking forward to the rest of the runs today.
folks, we are back, and hopefully we're just about ready to go. We do have a little bit of performance issues that we may have to struggle against, but with a little bit of luck, hopefully this will all turn out alrighty. But we've got Jacob does a thing coming up with Mega Man 8 crowd control enabled, any percent category here. We're going to come on over here, and the music's still playing. It wasn't supposed to. Thanks. Tech problems, as is tradition. But yeah, we will get this going here, and hopefully it'll be okay. Hopefully.
Hello everybody, I am here. So, I'm Jake Does Thing. Sorry if things sound like I'm playing on the worst scratch disc of this game ever. I'm using this, totally legit copy of this game, and it's not really liking me right now, a little bit, so, we might have to deal with this for the next hour and a half. But I have about 20 minutes of wiggle room. I'm using a different controller than usual, so that might affect something, but here's hoping everything goes set. Before we start, I need to go do something real quick. I need to plug my phone so I can actually read chat, so be right back. Enjoy choppy music.
Take this opportunity to just remind everybody real quick that please don't send any effects via crowd control until you see Jacob in a stage. Other than that, hopefully everything will work just fine. If there are any problems, definitely let us know in the chat. There shouldn't be. But if there are, just let us know. We'll do what we can.
I have returned. Okay, so now, back to the Battle of Bandwidth. We'll see how well this works. I don't expect it to go very well, but who knows? I guess let's just get started. 3, 2, 1, let's go. For your enjoyment, I am playing Mega 8 instead of Rock 8, so, you get to hear the awesome voice acting if I can survive this. Thank you all for the good luck. God. Button mashing simulator 9000. My ears are just dying listening to this, but it's for the viewers. It's for the charity. I must go on. So, ow. I don't know if this is BizHawk being dumb, or if it's crowd control, and that's the problem. That's the scary part. I don't know if BizHawk has magically changed my L1 to jump. But, just want to do Mega Ball jumps, man. Okay, let's fix that real quick. So that's gonna be annoying, so, hold on. It's changing stuff. I'll just set these to random. Okay. Technical difficulties. Don't seem to be switching weapons anymore. That's good. Just love it. Tasty scratched disc, my favorite. Either this or my lens is failing, because I don't think this is quite normal. Ow. Oh god, Tengu is gonna be so painful. Oh god. Thanks for making me go absolutely fucking ballistic. Wait, I can't say that. Gotta, sorry. Gotcha! Wait, will I have to go after him? With this a robot? It's still alive! I must help it! Bork, bork. Mega Man, can you hear me? What is going on? I find a robot. Okay, thanks. See you home. So, I've been practicing a lot, and the sad part about it is that the phone emulator I've been... Not emulator, no, I'm not. It's a totally legit mod I did to my PlayStation that puts it on my phone. Even that's doing better than this scratch disc, and it's kind of sad. But, once again, I still must go on for the sake of beating cancer, which hopefully we will. I guarantee we will. Ugh. Ow. Damage boosting it is, I guess. I can shoot again. Nice. Just think of it as a PAL trying to run NTSCU, but also that the disc is very scratched and the laser is failing. Think of that as this beautiful experience. This almost feels and looks as bad as Rock X3 on Genesis. If that was interesting, I like what you did there. You get a Mega Ball for effort. Damage boost. So for the sake of safety, I'm going to be doing no, I don't like that. I shouldn't have that here. Haha, I can actually still shoot. The magic of 2 fire buttons. Now we get to the trash eyeball, and I don't really like him very much because he's like my good old buddy Drillman from Mega 4. And he just loves to dive, so I don't remember exactly where the position is, but I definitely can stand in one position that will make him not necessarily guarantee he won't dive, but it'll guarantee that there's a less of a chance of him diving. And see, this is what we don't want. And he's gone. And now we get the best rush transformation in the entire series. A rush bike. Yeah, sorry. So, the kind of category that I run that I made up myself is sort of, it's like 50%. Normal runners, like top tier runners, will only get 6 bolts and buy Hyper Slider after a duo stage. I like playing it safe, so I'm going to grab about around 19 bolts just for the sake of safety and buy 3 things: Hyper Slider, more weapon ammo, and ladder step, so we can climb faster in ladders. It doesn't lose too much time, but yeah. Nobody said this is going to be fast. Well, it's attempting to be fast. Probably faster than most Mega 8 playthroughs. Now we're gonna go see our good old buddy old pal Rush the dog. He motorcycle. I will try not to die. Thanks, lag, I appreciate it. It seems that this scratch disc is also impeding with my button inputs, and that is oh no. Ugh. Luckily for you, I have been practicing my Rush bikes. They aren't very good, but they are quite fun. Well, we get to attempt it again and hope lag doesn't, like, I don't know, destroy our input again. So the fun fact is, you can't turn around as Rush while you're in the air, and that's kind of a problem. Okay, Rush is gonna have to take a backseat. They do have iframes. Actually, yeah, they do, which is unfortunately sad. Barracoin does, I know Flames Boss does. Ouchies. And this is the exact reason why I don't like playing on POW, because this is just pain. So we're just gonna stop using Rush for a minute and try and actually get to there goodly without taking a game over in Grenade, because that's just kind of sad. Yeah. God, the things I would do to play this on hardware. Welcome to the Masochist. He likes his bombs a lot. This is also one of the many reasons why I chose to play Mega Man 8 instead of Rockman 8. It's a pretty simple fight. He'll go, "You flash bomb!" And he'll jump around and stuff. He'll do a stupid crush. He'll jump up on the wall occasionally. And he'll shoot mini nades. He's kind of annoying. Just a tad. He is definitely one of the easier bosses if you know what you're doing. There you go, there's that attack. So, Mega 8 is also one of the rare games where half charges actually deal more damage than just regular lemons. Which I don't know what to call them in this game. They aren't necessarily lemons. They're not beans either. And that's, like, the main problem. Okay, he screamed that felt good because we absolutely murdered him. And now we are collect our first of EVA energies, which we will see in 3 stages. Next we are off to, oh no. Oh no. That didn't even process into my mind until I started thinking about it. We may or may not get past the snowboard sections due to this, epic input lag. We may or may not. I will try my absolute gamer hardest, but we have to get through, I believe, 3 of these total throughout the entire run, and that is scaring me a lot. Now we're gonna see the return of Rush, because this is a non-threatening section that is faster to use him on, so yeah. Who knows? I'll just need to, like, delay my inputs as well as the input delay. So, like, I have to jump before it even pops up the message. Then I'll probably have a chance. Here we go! Jumpu, jumpu, sniding, sniding. This is appearing to be manageable, but Wily 1 is really the real culprit of my fear. Ugh. Yucky. Yuck. Okay, it's a little bit too early on that one. It's a tactical game over, don't worry. Tactical game over. This just means you get to see more of Rush Bike, so don't worry. Totally intended. I mean, yeah, if you have a snowboard section, then you have to use Thunderclaw, and then you have to deal with Mega Ball recoil. Hell yeah. You get to see POW with a scratch disc. I don't know why you'd want to see that, but it is for a good cause, and that's why I fully support it. Yes, hello. I hope you like POW. Because we have the next, like, hour and a half of it. Maybe more. I hope it's not going to be more than that. But there's no guaranteeing, judging how this has started off. I jumped, I swear. This is going to be a very big trial and error section. This entire stage, and Wily 1 most likely, are going to be about trial and error and the fruits of tasty input lag. Because, you know, on top of this, on top of the POW and the input lag, you just have the scratch, like, everything combined together just leads to a bad situation. Especially with crowd control, it doesn't help. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It just depends at the mercy of the chat. Ugh. And this is some of the rare instances where I would like to have an input reader, so you could actually see that I am pressing the button. It is just... I think something's wrong with my console. I mean, I tried to repair it. I replaced one of the chips in it that controlled the controller part, but it must have been, like, loose or something, because, this doesn't feel right. Gah. Scare. Afraid. Please. Okay. First section done. It should work. I'm not sure, though. It could also just be crowd control being fussy. Because while we were testing an opening stage, refill health didn't necessarily work until, like, after I died. The queue is, like, insanely long, and I don't... everything is just being bad. I can manage. It's better than playing Rockman 40 on GBA. Just saying. Actually, this is probably the same experience that you'd get playing Rockman 40 on GBA. If I can still do Mega Ball jumps, I'm pretty much fine. Wrong one. Oh. Thanks. Just what I needed. See, there it goes. Oh, it can. Nice. Okay, we're going back to the frozen hell. This one's even worse, but it is shorter, and that is the good thing. The only redeeming cause about it. I might be able to manage, we will see. Also, a fun note about this game, and specifically this section here, in this one snowboard section. When we get to it, on the section where, like, the spike pillars raise up, I believe, yeah, right here. In Legacy Collection, it's actually shortened to, I think it's only about, like... I think it's only shortened to about, like, 4 pillars instead of the 8 there, which is interesting, so, the hee-hee difficulty tweak. Okay, let's go fight the big man. Rumor has it the Frost Walrus and Frostman are indeed brothers.
Oh, popsicle of you!
So the goal here is to essentially... Oh, thanks for the life. Appreciate it, man. So the goal here is essentially just keep him in iframes with Flash Bomb, spreading them out sometimes. If you can knock him back, nice, that's good, because free damage is always great. Accepted. Yay, soft weaknesses. I don't know what you expected there. Okay. I have Ice Wave now. We are gonna head off to Tengu. May or may not be a problem with bubble sections, but I will do my absolute best to get through them with Mega Ball, because that is the one thing I've been practicing over and over and over again. And I will do it. I don't care what it takes. I don't care if it takes me, like, I don't know, a half an hour. I will do it. If somebody really wants to, if you like really have the free time and really care, if you want to retime this and give us a time about what theoretically would be if it wasn't Scratch Disc PAL Bad Laser, that'd be awesome. You don't have to. Do I just have this? I don't think it's expired yet. That might be a problem. Oh, there it goes. me up there. I want that bolt. Give it to me. Go up platform. Thank you. We'll get it later. Ouch. I did it! That's one. Then we get to the shmup section. All I care about is that Otto does not appear. If I get Otto, I want you to kill me. Or I will kill myself. Because I don't like Otto. Otto is kind of stinky. No! Eddie. Yes, please. You, Otto. Go away, Otto. Hee hee, I can still shoot with Eddie. I can shoot again. Nice. So really, the only ones we want are Eddie and Beat. Not really in this section. We don't really care who we get. I just have a personal grudge against Otto, so I don't want him. But in the next section, we will want to beat or Eddie, because the mini boss there, what we want is we want to basically put Eddie in a position, and Beat in a position where he is constantly attacking the boss, because Eddie is the weapon. It's Beat. Beat is the weapon. His entire body is the weapon. You can just put it in something and it'll get destroyed, and it's amazing. And so that's what we're going to be aiming for here. If I get Otto, I'll be incredibly sad. Anyway, yeah. Please, no. Please, take fresh, I guess. Yeah. We still got a few more CC runs left of the night, and we also have a bunch more other runs coming up. A lot of good people, a lot of good runners. So stick around. My arm is dying because I'm mashing... Don't do this to me. Okay. Good, please. Yes. Okay, we have everybody we want. Otto is not included. And that is absolutely fantastic. But that's the thing, I don't want to take more damage because my health is already quite low. In the next Mega Ball section that we are going to attempt, the hard one, we want as much health as possible, because if we fail it and we have to go back down to the bottom, we still need to damage boost through a good few spike balls, and that's quite a big problem. And so this is it. That's the boss. And that is why Eddie is the best. We'll get into position here, we'll equip our balls, and we will wait. You'll say goodbye to our friends, and say goodbye to RushJet as well, because we won't see this for the rest. Actually, no. We'll see it in Wily too. Here we go! You know, I didn't even know that was possible. Yeah, we're gonna have to... I refuse to take the bubble, because I hate the bubble. I'm not taking the bubble, I refuse. Since we have enough lives to burn, we'll just keep going. And that is the exact reason why we want health.
Ready.
And there we go. That is the Mega Ball section's done. Second try. Let me grab this ball under here. So, fun fact about this game. In Japan with Rockman 8, if you get the original version, it has some information. It gives you like a little preview of Battle and Chase in Super Adventure Rockman, which is pretty neat. I don't know why I have Flash Bomb out. I don't want Flash Bomb.
Kid, you're almost not worth the effort.
Shut up, long nose man. So, the strategy here is essentially keep dealing damage with Buster while we can with Ice Wave. Now, if you do hit him right, you can freeze him with Ice Wave, like this. Just give you a tad bit of extra damage. You want him to do tornado holds and those dive attacks. You can also hit him while he's down. And there he is. Like, if he's down enough, you can make a shot and get it. But yeah, it's kind of hard. It's not really worth the damage if you're low. And now we are going to head off to Clown Man. You will see a little bit more of Rush Bike here. Yeah. Nice. Hit 500. Nice, good start. I actually don't know. Is there any, like, incentive runs we have? Like, is there an incentive we need to hit for a certain game you played later tonight? So sorry for Cherry SMR.
Ready.
Just for the sake of being happy, I want the 1-up. Alright. And we'll bust out our good boy Rush. Bork. Grab this bolt here. And I'll go through the train section. Luckily, this isn't as insane as Rockman Forte train skip, because that is just, like, kind of painful. No, don't let me go back. I'll take the train to Clarksville. Welcome to the best game mechanic, timers. And magical spots that hurt you. Sometimes they don't. When the timer hits. And now it's done for now. And welcome to our favorite boss, Coin Bear. He is probably one of my absolute favorites. Totally, definitely. He is not annoying whatsoever, and he is definitely not the most weak to Mega Ball. Actually, no. Currently, he's the most weak to Mega Ball. Once we have Astro Crush, we can absolutely destroy him in 2 shots. But, for now, we have to use Mega Ball. I believe Mega Ball does, like, 3 damage, 2. And nice. And now, welcome back to the timers. How we just so love them, and Mega Man 10 is full of them. Global timers does. Wily 2's Crusher RNG is heavily reliant on them, and it pains me so. Huh. Strange. I wish it was, because that would have helped a lot there. It would have made that fight super easy. I don't know, maybe it, like, can't handle the sheer power of Astro. Nice. So, fun fact about Water Balloon, there is no shot limit to this, so if you can mash as hard as you can have as many shots as you want. So thanks for the invincibility, I appreciate it. So, like, I believe it caps out at 30 mashes? I don't hate 10, I only hate Wily 2. Hee hee, Mega Bugs, go jump. Ow. I just wanted to do the fast section, man. My weapon's back? Yes, I do. Never mind. I guess I don't. I can still slide, though, and I have my iron will, so I'll be fine for now. Yeah. Guts, man. Aww. Oh! Does that count? Does that count? It does! Nice!
I'm almost finished. The battery will be charged in
10 minutes.
That's good. By the way, what do you make of these?
These seems to be energy resources. But I've never seen this type on Earth. I don't know where this energy came from, but I cannot let it fall into Dr. Wowie's hands.
He said the thing! He said the thing!
You must recover all the energy immediately, Mega Man.
But where is Dr. Wily?
That's a good question. We may be able to locate another energy emission from the radar room. When we find that meteor, we'll find Dr. Wowie.
He said the line! He said the line! Everybody laugh! You're gonna duo. Yeah, I don't like duo. He's kind of stinky. Anyway, welcome to the bad mid-stage. My hunt for the $600 copy of set. There's the claw. So a good thing about claw is that everybody's invincibility frames gets disregarded at while Thunderclaw is returning, so we can take out enemies really efficiently with it. So it's kind of a good weapon. More used as a utility, but it still is a pretty good weapon. No. No. Okay. That's a big problem. That is a very big problem. Okay. We'll have to leave this bowl. I believe we have enough. But still, we're gonna have to go back and actually beat Clown Man because we kind of can't progress in Search Man stage if we don't have Thunderclaw. So we kind of need it. Shut up, Duo. You're stinky. I don't like you. The goal here is, once again, just to keep him in iframes and stop him from doing his stupid get ready attack. he kind of hurts. Get ready! Yeah. I mean, unless magically Rush Bike allows for it to be ridden on spikes, I don't think it is possible. Maybe with some, like, TAS level Mega Balling. I doubt it, though. Okay, Duo's dead. Hey, it's me! My boy. Okay, let's go see Mega Man die.
That must be it over there.
Thanks, a literal child.
I can see it.
Big monkey man. Dog gonna get him. Oh, get punched. Ugh. Ouchers, my dog. Go herded. Ouchies. Yeah, it's kind of useless after Mega Man 3 anyway. Now the world is mine! It's Dr. Eyebrows! His fancy suit. I still think my disc is scratched a little bit. Just because my disc is scratched, we have increased the time of the screaming from 10 minutes to 20 minutes. Let's go see if the dog is okay. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Okay, now, do we want to continue on, or do we want to go back to Searchman? I mean, the client. It's still it's a lie. I genuinely want to know if I can go to Wily stages without him. Okay. Okay. It's Swordsman. We got some more Mega Ball features coming up in this stage, which is pretty neat.
Ready.
We're about almost halfway done here. Actually, I don't know if you can count it halfway done. I would count after 4 masters down. Halfway done, but since one of them just decided to not exist, we just walked through their boss door and we just teleported out. Yeah. I will try my best. I'm not used to doing this section without Thunderclaw, but we will certainly try. Oh yeah, we also forgot to go to the shop. I'm just now realizing. Let's get this one off because it's funny. Okay, yeah.
Ready.
I don't believe I have the exit feature. I don't think we can get through here either. No, you can't quit. Okay, theoretically, what's the fastest one to burn lives? I would say Flash Bomb. We should also grab up the boat here. Sad we don't have no ice wall to just skip the puzzle section. So yeah, I think we are gonna have to go back to Clown Man. Sadly. Actually, wait. No, I have a plan. I have a plan. We're gonna go to Astro real quick after we go to the shop and buy our things. And then we're gonna go over to Clown because I want to Astro Crush the bear coin. I said I wasn't gonna do Astro Fifth, but I am going to do Astro Fifth.
Ready.
Sorry if this isn't really the most interesting, but it's unfortunately what we have to do because freak timing is quite insane.
Ready.
Oh, jeez. Okay, now I can go back home, grab some items, go do Clown Man. Actually, no, go do Astro. Actually, I don't know if we can go back. I don't think. Can we go back? We might just have to go to Clown. We can buy our bites. Go grab our Hyper Slider. Energy Saver. And that's all the stuff we need. Can we go back to Astro? I don't think we can. Oh, we certainly can. And that's exactly what we're going to do. I hope you like more dog, because I'm going to attempt more dog. Dog. Luckily, Section 1 isn't really... Section 1 here isn't really that bad. You can essentially just run right through it if you're careful on the dog. Ouchies. And that is the prime example of not being careful. Yeah, that extra 20 minutes I have is definitely going to come in handy. Okay, we are no longer going... If I take a game over, we'll stop using dog, but... It's that... It's literally... The only thing is that party balloon. That's the only thing that's stopping me. Get on the dog. We are not going to use the dog. No more dog. I can't deal with it.
Ready.
We have Hyper Slider for a reason. We have a much superior way of transportation. I don't like that balloon. I can essentially kind of just, like, slide through everything. Sometimes I get kind of lost here, but there we go. If there could be a way for me to do this crowd control on OG hardware, that would be awesome, because I would love fastest speed for this. Drop your goop. Yeah. The ketchup, but worse. I just love invisible barriers above you, preventing you from going fast. Okay, now welcome to the bad section. This is the not fun one. The not fun one makes me want to not go on one. I don't like this one. I'll do a tad bit of Mega Ball strat. But not much. Really? Just had to get that tiny little last bit of damage in before I die. Hate the frogs in this game. Okay. Pretty good health going in. It should be a rather clean fight. I don't know, I don't like wrenches. I'm much more of a screwdriver kind of guy. It's game over, I'm gonna be so angry. It'd probably be in best interest if you wouldn't kill me, because we are running kind of low on time here, and I'm not even... this is technically my 4th Robot Master, according to the game. But yeah, also simultaneously my 5th. So, yeah. We are going to do some Mega Ball, Flash Bomb combo here on Astro, if he goes up into the stupid Astro Crush. One up. Wow, he's being nice. Oh yes! Thank you so much! No! I can still work with this. Flash Bomb is a soft weakness doing 2 damage. Please. Oh jeez, please just come down. Please. Yes! Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Alright, now we can go back to Clown Man. I can show you the absolute devastation that Astro Crush can lie upon Coin Bear. I'm surprised you guys haven't been too mean yet. I mean, there isn't really much that you can do to be mean with here. I mean, like, getting stuck with Flame Sword getting stuck with Flame Sword is bad, yes, but I still... No, I didn't want to go here!
I'm Searchman, okay?
I hate getting my inputs eaten. This game is more... This game is hungry. Okay, welcome to the How to Die simulator. You come up to Mr. Donkey Kong right here, and we just kind of like sit inside of him and wait for him to do his thing. Yeah. Like, I think I found... the story's a little bit weird. I was like, walking down the street, like, I was just walking down my town, right? And like, there's some like... There's like this random alley, like back alley that was there, and like some guy in a trench coat was selling retro video games, and I was like, oh, nice, she has Mega Man 8, the greatest hits version, on like the black disc and such. I was like, how much do you want for it? And he was like, $1. And so I paid him $1, and now here we are. I'm still waiting for the creepypasta to come out on this, but, yeah, yeah. On this absolutely totally legit copy of the game that I definitely bought from some guy in an alley. It's like really scratched up. I think there's even a chip missing on the side of the disc. Yeah, it's not in the best condition, but it's only $1, so it's fine. Just to make myself happy again, and just to redeem the fact that I have to come back here. I'll get the one up again. So I believe Coin Bear dies in 2 hits to Astro Crush. I believe he has 20 health, and Astro Crush does 16. So it's just absolutely devastating. Thanks for the Ice Wave. Definitely totally gonna be able to use it right now. Oh jeez. Sorry if I shattered your hopes and dreams there. Would be cool if they would add to this. If they could add like a give take item weapon item things like take hyper slider, take ladder step, that would be that'd be devastating. Okay, I hope you like the Coin Bear because he's dead. Oh, I should do it. Yeah, that's Coin Bear with Astro Crush. I will not let this fight end. There you go. No, I haven't gotten to do that in, like, an actual playthrough, because I don't typically come back here. Oh, if you could have, like, overcharge my reserves and then have laser shot, or, like, the other one, the arrow shot, that would be insane. Over you two. I beg you, don't give me Thunderclaw again, please. I don't want to go back to the stage for a third time. Yeah, get home and sniper. No! Homing sniper is actually a pretty good weapon. I do like it quite a bit. Don't give me Thunderclaw, please. Okay. Now you might be able to give me Thunderclaw. Please, shut up. What's it look like I'm doing?
In my dreams.
Now that we finally have Thunderclaw, we can go do the other stages. Just an hour? Okay. This is Mandrill. 7 more stages? Wow, wait, one scares me. Just to make sure that I can escape any situation, I'm gonna go buy the exit feature real quick.
Welcome back. Right on. Good luck, Mega Man.
Thanks. Okay, now we're gonna go over to Aqua since we did, Astro. I guess we're gonna go in the complete reverse order that I wanted to do. So, that's cool, I guess.
Ready.
Catch him. I still like the Saturn version better, though. The Saturn is, like, ultimately superior to the PS1 version, because, like, I don't know, fighting Woodman is really nice instead of Duo, because nobody likes Duo. Even in Power Fighters, he's not even good. In fact, he's the worst character. I don't care about currents. I have dog bike. Yay, water balloons. All match, no invincibility. Now welcome to the dingus. I don't necessarily like this guy, because he's annoying. If he's above me, I'll use Astro Crush. If he's below me, I'll use Ice Wave. But this guy is a dingus, and he's quite mean. Freedom. Once again. No. Ugh. I could use like a health refill. No. If I get balloons, like, right before I'm entering the boss door, that'll make it not work.
Ready.
Boy, I sure am glad I have extra lives. No. I don't like this guy very much. He's kind of mean. Finally. How tall is this waterfall? Ugh, I hate when that happens. I can go to the good part of the level where there's no fish. Do this just to raise the water levels a bit. Die, please. Thank you. Meow, meow. Oh, jeez. Let's go through. This is a fun run. Okay, I have been having quite fun with it so far. Even sometimes it can be a little bit mean, but it still is quite a fun run. There's only one way to find out. Let's see. Okay, we're good. The worst boss is here. Shut up, please. Welcome to the not RNG boss. This is all entirely scripted. Despite Aquaman's claims, this is indeed scripted. That was not at all luck. That was completely scripted and intentional. And you still scream that. Now we can go burn some robot hiding in a bush. Actually, no, not yet. Yeah, we have to go with the sword. The good thing about it is that we will not be seeing Aquaman in our dreams, unlike Clown Man. Clown Man is just terrifying. I don't want to see him in my dreams. To be honest, I don't really like Clown Man. I like handsome guys much to the next, but still, his bold claims that that was luck is not very accurate if he had more than 3 robot brain cells. Very clearly poorly put together by Mr. Dr. Wowie. Yeah. That's kind of terrifying. Ouch, nice ladder grab. Wow, we can actually make progress. It's revolutionary. We have the weapon we need to progress. Wow. Okay, let's see what the stinky puzzle is. Yellow, green, red. Okay. Sigh. If only we had Ice Wave to skip this. Or not Ice Wave, Ice Wall. This was the maybe. It depends on how you look at it. We could just, like, skip through the Stinky Simon Says section. That's what they do. I don't really like Tornado Hole that much. No, go back, please. The worst section. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, but in the wise words of Stunt Rooster, from switching from NES Classic to emulator, I don't feel a difference, I'm just that bad. And I respect that. Those are words that I live by. Okay. We're gonna see if we can get the 2-cycle. On Mr. Man here. Basically, if you can there's basically like a frame rule in place that if you hit him with flash bomb on a certain frame, this like the actual ability for him to like close just negates. So what I learned from watching a tutorial is basically that like if you do 2 water balloons and then you throw some flash bombs, it might work. I don't know the logistics of it, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Still does quite a bit more damage, though. Time for some more Mega Balls. Woo. Let's hope I don't die.
Ready.
I did not, in fact, die, but I did, in fact, miss the first ball. Now, so this reminds me of the first time of trying out the Wily Wars randomizer. Like, my only gripe about it was that I had to play it on POW, and POW was not fun. It was exactly like this. The music did not sound good. The controls were not good, because everything was slow, because it is indeed, in fact, POW. And it was just, like, I could not bear myself to go through it, solely because it was POW. Still waiting for the Rockman Mega World random, and some Sticky Wily Wars random. Who knows? I mean, they clearly had an abundance of balls to give away after Mega Man Soccer, so that's my theory of why they're called Mega Balls, because it came from Mega Man Soccer. Mega Balls? I mean, it makes sense. Ooh. Don't flame sword me. Don't fire slash me. Hmm.
Nice shot.
Is there a crowd control for 2? I'd assume there's one for 2, but don't know. Of course it's Goomba. Yeah, he did. Finally, we're off to our last Robot Master out, I don't know, an hour and 15 minutes. We're finally almost onto the Wily stages after my actual playthrough of the game has been finished.
Ready.
I'm back.
Ready.
So, yeah, lesson to be learned. Do not buy random discs or games from some random person in an alley, because they're gonna end up like this. Monkey. See, that is the magic of Thunderclaw. This is like the peak Thunderclaw experience here. This one level, it teaches you everything you need to know. It's insane on its return, and I suck at the game.
Ready.
Ouchers. Don't you close on me. Ow. Look, I appreciate it. I will need it because POW in a scratch disc is not fun. We're getting the definitive, I mistreated my disc and my PlayStation. But I still want to play the game experience in Europe. Right here, and you can interact by donating to an amazing cause. You can help me, you can fight me, you can make me lose. Whatever you do, just don't give me the weapon that the boss gives right as I'm entering the door.
Begin mission. Yes, sir.
Going to burn them alive. So basically our goal here is basically whenever they do their thing, we want to hit 2 bushes at once to really give the effect of, oh, they're right there. You don't really have to do anything else. Hee hee hoo hoo. That didn't work for some reason. I don't know why it didn't. Now we're off the Wowie stages and we can go back to the jump-oo, sliding, and that's not going to be fun. I think this game came out in 1996, I'm not sure. It might have, I'm not sure. Oh. Yay. Only after like an hour we can finally go to the final stages. I hope you're ready for more jump-oo, sliding action and a lot more Mega Balls because this is the entire stage.
Ready.
Thankfully, this theme goes hard. There's the homing sniper. Go get him. Welcome to hell again. We appreciate you visiting us. Stop it. Go away. If I get this first try with scratch disk, input lag, and PAL, okay, good. I was going to revoke my gamer license.
Ready.
Yeah. I keep them getting mixed up with 90. I believe it was 92. Might have been 93, but some NES Mega Game was released in around that time. I think it was like 4 or 5. Like into the SNES lifespan that was released, because this series lived on well into the Super Nintendo before 7 and then X showed up and then absolutely destroyed everything. Oh jeez. I think 2000 was a Legends. Not sure. Yeah, expect this for a little bit. Oh boy, I sure do love snowboard sections. They are just my favorite, absolutely favorite place to go in any video game. You're just so amazing and filled with joy. The section definitely does not get old fast. We might be here though.
Ready.
So, just gonna casually have a tad bit of small talk. How's everyone doing so far? I hope this marathon has been enjoyable. I'm sorry I'm plaguing your time with the same thing over and over again. It's not my fault. The joy. There it goes. Ow. Oh god. I'm starting to lose my sanity a tad bit. I forgot about the triangle button as well. I have your weakness. Epic POW moments. Slow motion helping me. Damn code. I still have the triangle button, you've forgotten. No, not again. This game just won't let me win. I just want to play the game, man. Ugh. We all knew it was coming. Top 10 PAL moment gamings. Epic gamer moments in PAL history. Yay. The best weapon. Check the air. I'm gonna try that. Not today. If I get through this in 0 lives and I die to the boss, I'm going to be so insanely angry. It'd be awfully nice if you would, like, give me some lives. That would be amazing. Awfully kind of you, dear viewer. Is that it? Not yet. Eat my input. It's hungry. Oh, good. It's so hungry. It hurts. Okay. Look on time. Yeah. If we don't get this done soon, I might have to tap out, unfortunately. I don't know how long I'm allowed to go. Yay. Thanks for the life. I deeply appreciate it. I don't know how that worked, but it did. I don't know why. It's not your fault. It's just the game being dumb. Go. Please, just let it be over. I pray to you. Please. Yes! Okay. We're safe. We are safe. We are free from eternal torment. We can actually move on with the game. It's absolutely mind-blowing. We have finally made progress. Oh god. Oh no. Ugh. Ouchies. Ugh. I really should be paying attention. I'm going to be a safe little boy and grab this just to make sure nothing bad truly happens. Yeah. You're doing better. It picks up from here, I promise. Once we get this disgrace down, we should be fine. Welcome to Ricochet, the game. You just want to see me suffer. I mean, that's kind of like the entire point of crowd control, but still. Freedom! Yes. Finally. Go. Yes. No. Bad. Bad things are happening. Please, give me a good spawn that I can actually hit. No. Please. No. I don't want to die here. Please. No. You are a truly weird champ. Give me some hope. Please. No. Oh, I hate angles so much.
Ready.
No, I must continue on. I cannot be bested by this guy. What is the way we could skip him? Let's skip Climb like this guy. Okay. Just gonna say, Wally, you're a dingus. Oh god. It's chugging. It is chugging. One more, please. Yes, finally. Get me out of here. Okay. It's all downhill from here. Until we hit Forte, but the rest of from after Forte's stage, it's also downhill. Okay, we might actually be able to finish this, and that is absolutely amazing. This has very much possibly been the most scuffed Mega Man 8 run ever performed by a human. Probably in general. I don't think a robot could actually replicate how bad this is. And luckily we have plenty of lives, so if we don't mess up somewhere as badly, how can anything be more scuffed than this? Please elaborate. Ugh. I'm sure Cabin would be happy enough to do it. Yeah. One time Flamethrower is actually useful. Get out of here. Yo, Kuja. Oh no! Oh no! Okay. You win. You win then. That sounds absolutely terrifying. Yeah. The realistic answer, if you are a big anti doing the please don't take our game strategy, is I bought this Mega Man 8 disc off of some guy in an alley, and it's like really scratched up. So I bought this disc off of some guy in an alley, and it's like really scratched up. Also, my yeah. Also, my laser may be failing a tad bit, and it may or may not have switched regions randomly out of nowhere. But yeah, my totally legit copy that I definitely bought myself with my own real money. And did not just find randomly off the internet. Go up. Okay. You are safe. Fast strats, go. We wait for it to rise, and there we go. It's more the potato, but for lore-wise of this cursed copy, it's because it's horribly scratched. Like somebody literally took a screwdriver and stabbed it into the disc multiple times. But yeah. Please, RNG, be good. Sad. Bad RNG. You know, I predicted this was happening. And all my playthroughs that I did while in school and bored, just practicing, they all got, like, insane RNG in this guy. Come on, Marsha, do it. Please. Yay, thank you. I appreciate you for existing. Thank you. Alright, we're almost done. Alright. Okay. Time for the forte. And then we're staging the entire game. Hopefully, by the time that, hopefully by, like, at least the end of next month, I'll have my hands on some actual gear that I can use to stream on OG hardware. Because I've been dying to do some runs on... Yeah. I've been dying to do some OG runs on fast disk speed in PS2. Ugh. Like, the slowdown just makes the Mega Ball jumps even more scarier, but also adds a layer of effect to it. And he just did not grab the ladder. Nice.
Ready.
Much like Mega Man 7, ladders still suck in this game. When I was first getting into watching Mega 8 runs, I always thought like Mega Ball jumps were like so hard, like how do they do it? It's really simple. Grab the ladder. Well, I'm just gonna do a Mega Ball jumping down the ladder. Since he clearly can't grab it himself because his tiny robot arms are too short. Do it for him. This is a life. Appreciate that. The RNG gods are on my side all of a sudden. Okay, I lied, but still. You get the point. So, like, the only reason why this stage is necessarily bad is only because it's scary. No! Why did you skip over the Mega Ball? Oh, that could have been so bad. Welcome to the Forte. Buster, Flash Bomb, and Astro Crush are what we want because they do the most damage. And yeah, that's really about it. It's quite an easy fight. No, you know how dangerous it is. Come on, Twebble. Duh. I'm becoming powerful. Shut up. You're a dingus. Ugh. Okay. What's that? Welcome to the scary part of the stage. Jeez. No. Yes. Not today. We're free. Okay. It is officially over. We are free and homecoming. We are coming home, baby. Ugh. Just missed 2-cycle. We are free. We're going home. Wiley, pack up your stuff. Just go away. You're dead. Go on.
Ready.
If you have any last bad or good wishes, send them in now because the run is almost over.
I'll do my best.
Do you want me to suffer and like have to buster all of the final masters? I mean, go ahead if you really want.
Nice shot. Hey, boy, come on. Go. Shoot.
Yo, got a raid coming in.
Oh, no.
Thank you for the raid.
You've got no chance. What are you doing? What are you doing? Thunderclaw! What are you doing? Ouch! Ouch! What have you done? Ouch! Thunder Carnival! Ouch! Thunderclaw! What are you doing? Mommy!
And down falls spawn, man.
You in my dream.
Say hello to my cube bombs. No good! Freeze! I'll crush you! I will beat you!
He really struggled to get that one out. He clearly had like something stuck in his teeth, or he just forgot what he was going to say. I missed.
Are you worthy of my challenge?
I do believe I think I am. Wow. And there he goes. I typically save Astro Man for last because he's a rather easy fight. He's good if we need the last minute health.
How did you find me? I feel so embarrassed. Yeah, had to happen, 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 had to happen. Yeah.
And there he goes. And that's 3 fights off to Wily. Ow.
Ready.
Well timed, but still, ow. Gotcha! That's the fun thing about crowd control. There's something that you can do called kill player. I believe you did say the magic words, yes. If you want this to be over quicker, give me invincibility. Yay. Thank you. Yes. Yes! Die, Wiley! I think we got Wily. I think we might have got him. We're not over yet, though. We still have Capsule. I might survive. I believe I will. Might be sub 2 hour. Yeah. Yeah. Please. Wait, 1 or 2 more. Yep, 1 more. Oh, hey, thanks for the free refill. And that is time. GG's. Sorry it took quite a bit longer than expected. The potato didn't really help in the slightest. Ugh. Well, that's it. Thanks for the GG's. Appreciate everyone coming out. What do we have next? I believe we have a 10 race between Palpy and Tom. I could be wrong though. Anyway. Thank you all for coming in. Thanks for helping me and messing with me. That has been fun. Sorry things got a bit dry towards the end. It's not very fun dealing with all the problems, but I was still able to manage through it. Just an extra challenge on top of everything, making it a bit more interesting. Okay. Mega 4 race coming up next. And I believe that is all. Keep supporting the cause. We are almost to $600, so yeah. I will see you all later. I'll be hanging around in chat. So yeah, see you there.
Alrighty. That was Mega Man 8 any percent with crowd control enabled. We are gonna head on over to intermission here so we can get some things and some stuff set up for the next game here, which is going to be Mega Man 4. This is going to be Buster only, crowd control enabled, and it's a race between Palpy Blade and Casual Tom. We gonna do the setup things, and if he's around, I believe Joe wanted to talk to y'all for a minute, so I'll leave the music low and leave you in his very capable hands.
Yep, thanks, Kami. And of course, Jacob, thanks for a great run. That was a long one, but that was exciting. If you're just joining us, this is Blue Bomber Blitz in support of Zero Prostate Cancer. We have been up and running for over 9 hours now, and we still have quite a few more runs to go. So a lot of daylight still left for our event today. If you're not aware, September was Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, otherwise known as PCAM at Zero. All donations toward the live streaming division, including today, are double matched. So this is the final day to get involved with that. Thank you to everyone who's donated so far. I think it's been a while since I read some off. So Fake, Mega Rob Dad, Kier Duela, Xantomun, Palpy Blade, Smoke Screen, Storm the Cat, and butter coming in there with some donations. Thank you all so much for your continued support. Again, it is all doubled during the month of September, including today. It's the final day for that, so thank you, everyone. It's been a while since I gave a little bit of a rundown of Zero. If you're not familiar with Zero, you can find all of our information over at zerocancer.org. Linked it in the chat. I'm also did !0 for the Tiltify campaign if donating is something of interest. But Zero, we're a nonprofit based in the U.S., obviously in support of prostate cancer. I'd just like to give a little bit of a background in terms of our 4 pillars that we talk about here at Zero. Education and awareness, advocacy, health equity, and patient and support programs. Since we do have a few minutes, I'll just go into a little bit about each of those pillars, provide some insight into each of those, and give you a little bit more information about Zero and what the donation, what the donations go towards and what Zero does. Starting with education and awareness, this is part of that awareness and education part of Zero. If it's caught early, prostate cancer, that being, you have a much higher chance of survival. As it gets to later stages, it becomes very costly, very deadly. So getting the information out there to people, letting people know that once they get into their 40s, especially if they have a family history or other health problems, need to talk to your doctor, especially by your 50s, but it is recommended nowadays in your 40s to be able to do so. So if you are nearing that age and you have a prostate, definitely absolutely do that. Second pillar is advocacy. We do a lot of advocacy at Zero for prostate cancer funding, removing barriers for screening for men as well. That's a very important part of our company. And the third one is health equity and health disparity. That is a big one for us. Zero is always pushing for better care across the board for our initiative for health equity. As Black men are at a higher risk to get prostate cancer, 2.5 times more likely, just due to basic care, lack of basic care, insurance status, and so forth. And then our final one is patient and support programs. 0360 is huge. Record numbers this year for 0360 in terms of patients who are involved. Record numbers. So that is very important. If you know somebody who has prostate cancer, is looking for a patient support program, 0360 may be the program for that. Provides a lot of need, a lot of financial support, and so forth. But you're able to find more information about that if that's of interest at zerocancer.org. But again, thank you so much to everyone for joining us today. We're at about $539 raised. Next goal is to hit 600. So I think we've got about a 50-minute run coming up here. So let's see if we can hit that $600 goal after that next run. But looking forward to it. Thank you all again, and I'll probably be back after the next run.